All right, everyone, a very good morning from Captain Nabs. Welcome back to the virtual flight deck with us once again, and we are going to be taking another flight today on our stream of A Pilot's Life live here on Twitch with Captain Nabs. And as you can see, we are still flying the JetBlue Airbus here. So we've changed up the liveries a little bit. If you have a quick look at the tail there, you'll notice we're actually using a different livery from last time. Last time we had the I can't remember what it was called, but we had the different triangle shapes on the wing this time, or on the tail. This time we've got just the plain blue stripes. It's a little bit boring, perhaps, by JetBlue standards, but nevertheless, everyone's a little bit different. Every airplane's just a little bit different. The tails are all distinctive, and it's kind of nice because you can see the airplanes coming. If you know your airplanes, you can see them coming from a long way away, which is great with trying to spot the right airplane getting to the gate. Sometimes you work at most of the airlines, and the airplanes are painted exactly the same, except for a little number up on the tiny corner of the tail. And until the airplane gets within a couple hundred feet of you, you can't see what that number is. You can kind of guess, maybe that is my airplane, maybe that isn't our airplane, but oftentimes you can't guess. But with JetBlue, you can tell from half an airport away because of the distinctive tails of each aircraft. So isn't that that is a nice little advantage to have in your back pocket when you're trying to spot that airplane coming in. And it looks like our airplane is here, so let's go ahead and hop on and get this show started. First and most importantly, I have to sip my coffee, but then we're going to hop in and get started here. The reason why is it is a long flight today. So today we are doing a flight all the way from New York LaGuardia, in case you didn't recognize the airport where we were at right now, all the way over to Denver, Colorado. It's a long flight. It's 1,404 nautical miles. It's almost a 4-hour flight with a decent headwind on it today. We need to get this flight started so we can get this stream done in a reasonable period of time. So let's do that. So we're back in the flight deck here. Let's just get ourselves all oriented here, and let's go ahead and start this baby up. Get those batteries on, get some external power on, and that will get all the systems functioning. And the other thing you have to do really quickly in this airplane, once you get external power, or once you get a solid power source on, is get those IRSs started, because it takes those IRSs quite a little bit of time to align. So we need to get those started here today. All right, let me just check one thing really quickly here, and that seems to have yeah, that seemed to mess up my screen here, so hold on one second while I try to fix that, because this is being a bit of a bear here. Do that, and wow, really? Really? Interesting. All right. Wow, okay. That's annoying. Okay. Yeah. Huh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so what I was going to show you guys was after a lot of effort, and I mean a lot of effort, I finally managed to get something working, which is I managed to get the remote CDU working on my tablet. So here is the Fenix remote CDU software downloaded from the flightsim.to website. I did manage to finally get it working. I kept on persisting. I did manage to find, looked like my firewall was somehow still preventing access to the server, even when the firewall was supposedly offline. So I've changed the firewall completely because that wasn't the first time that's given me an issue. However, that being said, the way that this works, so as you can see here, it's got a nice MCDU with the full touchscreen keyboard and everything on it here. The one problem with this is the way it works is it basically the screen itself is just an output of a window from MSFS. So basically what you do is if you pop out that screen, then you get, you pop out the MCDU screen, then you get this nice little screen on your MCDU. Likewise, you can pop out the other screens. So you can pop up PFD, for example, and then if I quickly refresh my setting, rescan this here, it will also pop up a PFD, which I can use on my tablet or any other device. It's basically it's a web browser based system, so I've got the entire PFD here on my tablet. The only problem with this, and I didn't realize this was a problem until I started to try and stream now, is that this is what you get when I now try to stream, is that all you can see is that popped out screen. So OBS Did you guys see the guy take off on Papa as if it was a taxiway? Okay, so let me finish my spiel here anyway. So the only problem with this now is that because these are separate windows running Microsoft Flight Simulator, what's happening is when I try to switch to camera mode here, or when I try to switch to game mode, the screen it displays, the Microsoft Flight Simulator screen it displays, is the popped out MCDU display instead of the whole game. So that's what you're seeing there, is you're just seeing just the popped out MCDU. For some reason, it's only prioritizing that one, and it won't pop down to any of the other ones. No matter which of them I select, which it should in theory be, if I select this one here, it shouldn't do that, but it does. So we are going to have a little problem here in that I'm going to have to close that down before I actually get going here in order to be able to use game mode with the better frame rate. So anyways, you can't win them all. I try. You can't win them all. So yeah, let's get this flight started. So what I will do is I will leave us in screen capture mode for now, which is fine, which is what I want, because then I can still use my MCDU, and then I'll have to shut down the MCDUs when I get going here in order to be able to capture the correct screen. I didn't realize this was an issue. I only just set this up this last week, and I was happy to get it working, and I was going to show it off, and obviously here's a little technical glitch that I did not foresee happening. So a little annoying to say the least. All right, so we've got the IRSs aligning. The most important thing we got to do when we start aligning the IRSs here is we got to go onto the ATSU, or sorry, not in the ATSU, into the FMGC, onto the init page. Actually, before we do that, we should go to the data page, aircraft status, and just quickly swap the databases. And you do that just by tapping the button here next to the second nav database, the one that's not active. And that normally swaps them. Of course, in this sim, they're identical, but in the real airplane, there'll always be a different database. In the backup, it'll be the old expired one, or the new one that's about to be launched. And then we go to our init page, and we put in some basic information. So our flight number today is JetBlue 1942, and we are going from KLGA to KDEN. I tell you, typing on this thing, oh my god, it's so much nicer. So pop that in the top right corner, KLGA to KDEN, and then IRS initialization. And our company's policy is they'd like us to actually initialize to the airport coordinates. Now, I'm not really sure why, because it would seem to make more sense to initialize to the gate coordinates. But because we have GPS, we can initialize to the airport coordinates, and it's very reasonable. So I'm just going to look at my flight plan here, and at the top of your nav login, your flight plan, you will find your airport's coordinates. So there's 46.6 by 7352.4. That is the reference point, so we're going to align on that ref instead of on the GPS. All right, and good morning. So good morning, cutes. I didn't see the guy take off on Papa as if it was 1-3, right? I did not see that. Someone's going to have to show that to me. And the failure's more captivating than the ones you've tried to make in the sim. Haha, very funny. I'm trying to make this a slick operation, and you're laughing at my failures. I love it. Yeah, so we've got the IRS initialized, or at least the initialization started. It's going to align in 2 minutes here. The other thing we have to do, of course, is import our flight plan, because the other recently added software feature that I had was Fenix to GSX, and it needs this to be imported to start fueling the airplane. So as soon as it sees the flight plan imported, it's going to call the fuel truck, and it popped up the menu there for me automatically. I usually just hide that, but I'm going to leave that there just because at the end of the day, I am going to need that to choose a pushback direction. But it will call the fuel truck automatically for us. There has been a slight update to Fenix to GSX. They've changed the format of the menu, but it basically works more or less the same. They've added a bit more information, which is great. Check calling refueling service, calling catering service, no operator selection needed. So they're calling catering and fuel for us right now, which is great. And because we're trying to get going pretty quickly, I'm going to also use the intercom button and step things up a little bit and get them to start boarding right now. And that's what happens here. So boarding service active. So as soon as you tap that button, it kind of advances the next step, which is really useful. A really, really useful feature. I love it. It makes it just so much more realistic. There's very little you've got to do. All right. The other thing we've got to do, of course, is start up our FS2 crew. Let's start setting up.
Okay.
All right. And today, I forget who we have. Today on my FS2 crew, we have Rahal. I think I've had Rahal before. in the previous version of FS2 crew. But we have Rahal today is our first officer today while we're getting going. So welcome aboard, Rahal. I hope you're a good member of the team today, and let's get this party started. So things we need to do, of course, is we need to make sure that we are ready to do the walk around. I'm going to send the first officer to the walk around, but you want to make sure that the oxygen's on. You want to make sure that the nav lights are on, number one, and that the parking brake is set so that he can change the, you can check the brake wear pins, and then you want to just check your fluid levels. So the 3 fluid levels you need to check in an airplane before you get going on every flight. Cockpit oxygen, 1800 psi is great. Engine oil, 9.5 plus a half quart for every hour of flight time. That would give us, for a 4-hour flight, that would give us 11.5, which we have lots of oil and hydraulic fluid as well. And you can see they're all right in the top band there. And this top little green band here represents the optimal fill level of these reservoirs. So if it's considered full if it's anywhere in that green band. So they are all full. They're good. He's doing a quick test for us, which is fine. And yeah, we're going to have to do some other stuff here while we're waiting for him to come back. So the IRS did align itself, which is great. He's doing a few more tests, but because the IRS aligned itself, we can now begin to get some information. First things first, any ATC? No ATC. I'm shocked. Wednesday morning at 9:50 in the morning. No ATC in New York. That's okay. We'll deal with it. The wind's 220 at 7, 10 miles, fuel 15,000, scattered 25,000. So if I were a betting man, I would bet LaGuardia is in a land 2-2, depart 3-1 configuration. That's my bet. If anybody wants to check that for me here, actually I can check it for myself. Who am I talking? Oh, what do I care? I forget because like I live in Canada, and in Canada we don't have digital ATIS, which kind of still blows my mind. NAV Canada is generally a pretty forward-thinking outfit, but the fact that they don't publish you can't access their ATIS on the internet, it just blows me away. Because every other, like all over the U.S., every airport in the U.S., you can get their ATIS digitally, and I've just got it here pulled up on a nice little handy app on my phone. LaGuardia information: Delta 240 at 8, 10 miles, fuel at 15,000, scattered 25,000, 16 and 8, 3031, ILS runway 22, departing runway 13. Oh, I was expecting runway 31, but they're departing 13. But that's fine. We can work with that. We could definitely make this very reasonably realistic here. So we'll plan to depart 13 today. So we've got an ATIS, GPS primary. Thank you. And let's get in here really quickly here, and let's just get into the ATSU menu here and initialize our flight. So ATSU, AOC, aircraft operationals, and flight init. And you can put it all in manually. But you can also send it out based on your aircraft's tail number, fin number in the fleet. It'll usually come back with the information automatically, and there it is. JetBlue 1942, LaGuardia, Denver, alternates Colorado Springs, ETE 342. That looks pretty reasonable. We can also grab our secondary flight plan as well, so secondary init, and just send that request as well. Again, now because it's initialized, it knows what flight we are. It'll send for that flight in the system. It'll come back in a good... I'll have to say that the Fenix is a little bit faster in the real world. Most of the time in the real world, it takes like 2 to 3 minutes to get this stuff going. But anyways, you know, it's kind of... the whole process is there, and that's the important thing. AOC secondary flight plan uplink, very good. Now we can go to secondary flight plan and just have a look at it. LaGuardia to Denver, have a look at the fixes, make sure that they make sense based on the flight plan you have selected, and then you can go ahead and go secondary and activate the secondary. Copies everything to the main flight plan. Check takeoff data. We will do that later. Yeah, then we're all initialized. The only thing we're missing at this point, while we're waiting for this guy to come back from doing his walk around, is takeoff data. So let's see if I can actually get it better. Sometimes trying to get this thing to manipulate into the right spot to see what I want to see here is not the easiest. All right, let's try this one more time. And actually, the one thing I want to start doing now is start opening that flight deck door as well while we're boarding, just so I have a mental thing of actually closing it afterwards. All right, so it's a little bit hard to read this thing. It really honestly is, and I'm sorry for that. Let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit more. I really wish they'd chosen a slightly higher contrast on the tablet than gray, light gray on dark gray. Something a little higher contrast just to make sure nothing gets missed. So we're going to depart runway 13 from LaGuardia. It does appear to be dry. We can sync automatically with our load sheet, 73 tons, 27, and let's just see how that looks with our planned takeoff weight was 71.9. 73 is very reasonable. Flaps optimum. Force toga, no. Anti-ice off. Packs on. And 73 tons. Sync our live weather. So winds 230 at 8, 15 degrees, 1026 for the altimeter. That's good enough. And let's go ahead and any intersection data available? No intersection data is available. So calculate for a full length departure off runway 13. All right, and we've got 131, 151, 151. We've got a flex takeoff here, 44 degrees with flaps 1. All right, so we've got some takeoff data planned. PMDG EFB is apparently launching soon. Yes, yes, yes. That was one of the topics to discuss today. So let's get this show on the road, and we will go ahead and chat about that because that is definitely good news. All right, so the altimeter 3031. So our FO is out doing the walk around, so we should definitely be waiting for him before we do our flows through the flight deck. 3031. You can see that over there in the corner. I'm just setting 3031. Still looking for that mini FCU. Not that I can set the altimeter on it, but I'm going to slowly build myself an Airbus apparently in my basement. 3031. Get some of these things. I can do some of these things without the FO being here. We can test our oxygen mask as well. It's not very realistic the way it tests, but anyways, it's close enough. It sort of serves the purpose of having done something for it. All right, and I think that's basically all I can do until the first officer gets back. The other thing I can do, because I always seem to forget it, and I'd like to not forget it this time, is we can set the takeoff data here. So weather's good, radar's not required, pushback's required. It's going to be
back. No issues on the walk around.
Awesome, thank you. Config 1 plus F. Thrust is reduced, threats complacency. Yeah, sure. Takeoff runway is 13. And what did I say for speeds? I've already forgotten here. So 131, 151, 151, 131, 13, 131, 131, 151. Flexing at 44 degrees, cruise altitude of 30,000 feet, and thrust reduction 1,000 AGL, transition 18. Takeoff CG percentage 27. Very good. Perfect. All right, so he's set up. Because he can't read any variables from the Fenix sim, you've got to specify all that manually. At PMDG, that loads automatically, which is kind of nice, but it is what it is. You do what you got to do. All right, so he's back. So then we can start our overhead flow really quickly here. So no lights up here. We've got the IRSs are aligned. Everything's turned on. No white lights at all, or blue lights, or any other color lights on this panel. Here's the C. Why did I turn that off? CBR stays on. Stay on. There you go. All right. Audio switching is good. Fire test. Was going to say it's first flight of the day, so we're going to do the full fire test today. APU. I heard you test it, Rahal, but I'm going to just check it again. The thing about the APU fire test, the reason why it's often done earlier, separately from the engine fire test, is because if you hold that button for too long, it will automatically shut down. In the event of an engine or an APU fire on the ground, the APU automatically shuts itself down. So if you run that fire test and you do it for too long while the APU is running, the APU will shut itself back down. I believe it's 3 seconds. Still refueling here, so we're going to have to skip the fueling panel for now. So hydraulic panel, all the lights are out. Fueling panel, we're skipping, except for the fact that this should be in manual mode. All right, electric, so turn the batteries off. Ensure they go to off, 0 amps. Turn it back on. What you need to see on this panel is less than 60 amps for within 10 seconds. If you see more than 60 amps, and it has stayed here at 60 amps, that means the battery's still charging too much, and we have to do another. We have to let it charge before takeoff, and then we have to test it one more time. So we'll have to do a battery test before we recheck before we take off. External power's on. The generator fault lights are okay. Normally, cabins run too hot. want to keep them right about there. Got 100 people today, 105 people, so normal's good. We'll turn pack 2 off for the taxi out. Elevation's good. Strobes to auto. All the other lights are off except for the nav light. AP we're not going to start because they're fueling right now anyways. We can actually, we are legally allowed, but we're not going to do it.
The security and safety checks are all done.
Seatbelts are on.
Are we good to start boarding?
Go for it.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, so seatbelts on, no smoking auto. Emergency lights armed. No lights on the maintenance panel. PA button is out. No other lights. First flight of the day, we'll do a compass check. Constraint. 100, 100. Not in bird. Alright, no flags. Altimeter's already set. Still refueling. Seatbelts, no smoking. Parking brake, TCAS, standby. Company message. Good stuff, good stuff. Date 10/25. That sounds good. Let's see here. Yeah, nose wheel steering's on. Accumulator pressure's a little bit low. We'll check that again when we get a second. Alright, this is slowly coming down, so we'll probably be okay once we do it again. Let's get Unicom up because we don't got anybody else to talk to today. Unicom's up, ready to go. Alright, nothing special on the audio panels. Cal, weather, +5, everything's off. Speed brakes are stowed. Switching is all normal. Pressure, landing elevation to 4350 in auto. That sounds good. Status Cat 2 in op. That's okay when the engines are off. Thrust levers are idle. Engines are off. Start is normal. Rudder trim is at 0. Parking brakes off, and gear extension. I love the fact the gear extension works, and the whole handle is animated. I did a gear extension the other day in the Fenix, and it's just, it's fun because it works. It works the way it's supposed to. It's great fun. All right, 1 FT2, altimeter 3031 inches indicating 10 feet, 3031 inches indicating 10 feet, 3031 inches indicating 10 feet, and heading of 098. Yeah, pretty close to 098. 098. All right, so we're done all that. We can hop into the box and start programming here. All right. So starting with the aircraft status, we've got an A320-200 with the CFM56-5 Bravo engines. The database is current. Performance factor. Did I put a performance factor on this one today? I don't think I did. I usually try to, but I sometimes forget. So fuel bias +3. Oh, there is a fuel bias in there. All right, so let's do that. Let's do a fuel bias +3. So arm/3 just for the performance, not for the idle factor, just for the performance, and it increases all of our fuel burns in the machine by 3%, which is pretty realistic. They seldom fly perfectly according to the way they get out of the factory. They never beat the factory specs once they've been around for a year or two. All right. Anything to detune? I don't think we need to detune any of our nav aids here, but if we could, we would do, if we needed to, if anything was definitely offline, and especially if we don't have GPS. Because we have GPS, we're not as concerned in this day and age about detuning nav aids, because the GPS provides the primary source of our location information. But before GPS came along, when you're depending on IRS and DME for position updating, you needed to make sure you deselected any that were inoperative so that the airplane wouldn't waste time searching for them and spend a lot of time searching for things that aren't there. JetBlue 1942. So flight number is JetBlue 1942 from LaGuardia to Denver. The alternate is Colorado Springs. The cost index, I know it's 100 because I set it to 100 because I want to get there as quick as reasonably possible. What else have we got in here? Cost index 100. Actually, why don't we do it this way? Just because it's easier for you guys to follow along. I do like the SimBrief panel. Fetch our current flight plan. Cost index 100. Cruise level 300. And I'm not even using my remote CDU, but it works. And I used it the other day when I was flying with it. And I loved it. So it's good that it works. I think what we will do, we'll come back. We'll circle back to that in a second here. All right. Temperature. So ice deviation +8. So let's call it -28 at 300. And the trope. Do we even get the trope pause on here? I don't think we do. That's okay. The assumed trope pause is probably good for today. Flight plan, departing LaGuardia. So we're planning 1-3. I don't have a SID. Why is it not let me? Departure. 13. There we go. That was weird for a second there. I don't have a SID picked out. Without a New York controller, I'm a little bit lost because New York departures are, you know, a little bit unusual. Things are picked based on what's happening at other airports, not just the airport you're at. So I think we'll do the Tennis 6 departure. I've done that one quite a few times for northwestbound departures. So we'll do that. And then arriving Denver. Let's go back to my sim panel here. Summary, arriving Denver. Estimated 3-4 right. So let's plan that for now. We've got hours to change it. So let's do ILS 3-4 right. It's the Logger 3. And it's the brewery transition. There we go. ILS 3-4 right, Logger brewery. That's all there. No steps in the flight plan today. Let's see here. Total distance. Just go to the raw data here. So total ground distance 1453. I've got 1463. Very reasonable. We do actually have a step climb at Nepal to 32. So let's go ahead and do that. I don't even know where Nepal is. Is it close? Is it far? There it is. Nepal. And what we could do is just do step 320 and put it on the Nepal line there, and that'll put it in there. Or you could also do it through the step altitude window, 320 at Nepal. All right, so steps, we've got no lat longs on this flight plan. It's all known waypoints. So we don't have to check anything. And all right, so quick RadNav, IGDI. That sounds good. Nothing special to tune there. Secondary, copy the secondary, and then what we'll do is we'll set up an immediate return after the manual leg. So this is just good airmanship. Be ready for that immediate return because you can actually then do it really quickly. If something bad happens, like a fire on departure, you can set up to land in 4 button presses. So LaGuardia, and they're doing the ILS 22, so we'll stick with that plan. Although really I wouldn't necessarily want to come back to LaGuardia. And you could put something else in there. You could put JFK perhaps. You know what? That might actually be... JFK is so close. Let's do that. So let's go again. Let's go the discon. Let's go KJFK. New destination. Because this is your get out of jail free. The airplane's on fire. What are you going to do to land it really quickly? So I would land on 22 left in JFK perhaps. And I mean, you may have to change it, but you know, worst comes to worst, and you say we have an emergency and ask everyone how to get out of your way. You've got something in the box. All right, so we've got a secondary flight plan planned out. Back to the init Bravo page. Taxi fuel of 0.2 at LaGuardia is reasonable if there's no traffic today. Route reserve 0. Let's see here. Alternate is looks like a 1.1. And the final of basically 1.1 as well, 1053 rounds, just barely up to 1011. So that's all there. ZFW, if I just scroll over here and go ATSU, AOC, we should already have ZFW. And that is, yeah, that's our final ZFW there, 56.3 slant. Oops, wrong way. Just do this really quickly here. Max ZFW 31.5. And fueling is done, 15.4. So that gives us takeoff weight of 71.5. And I forget what we said up here, just looking around, but we said 73, so we're within 1,500 kilos. That is acceptable margin, so we can accept that final weight and balance. And wind component today, average wind, minus 61. This is why it's taken us almost 4 hours to get to Denver, because it's a 61 knot headwind. This gives us burn of 11.8. It's a little bit higher than planned. I'm getting 11.0 here for 347. It's taking a little bit longer. Not totally unreasonable. Extra of 1.4. So my let's see here. My extra fuel should be my ATC and my weather fuel here. So that's 1,500 kilos plus my contingency, another 5. It should be 2,000. However, because it says it's burning 500 more, I've got only 1.4 extra. That's still 42 minutes. Still lots of time. So I think we're okay, and I think that's a very reasonable burn. Well, hopefully we'll find it's a little more accurate as we get going. All right, so we can fetch the actual winds now. We've done our little check, and then we can get to our performance page here. All right, so this is going to be awkward, but we are going to scroll back and forth here a couple times. I'm going to try and do this as few times possible to kind of get it in there. So flaps 1.3 up and 44 degrees. So flaps 1.3 up and 44 degrees. And then again, the speeds, and I said this before, but 31, 51, 51. 131, and I think I put it incorrectly to the FS2 crew now. I think I may have misread it, because I think I put 31 twice instead of 51 twice. And 1020 across the bottom for the thrust reduction, acceleration, and engine out acceleration altitudes. So let me just pull this back over real quick and just see what I wrote here. And I wrote 131, okay, so that's incorrect. So there we go. That is now correct. All right, wind data uplink. All right, so first of all, let's carry forward that green dot speed of 228, pre-selected for our climb. Yes, winds are in. They're blue, they're blue, they're blue. If they're green, it means they're not in, so winds are inserted, so that's good. The performance page, we've got that all in there. Prog page, optimals 330, cruising at 30, max of 35.4, and we can put LGA because there is VOR pretty much right on the field. That'll give us a reference back to the field. Data position monitor, 0.2s across the board. Whew, okay. The FMS is set up, and no clearance today from ATC because we have no ATC right now. So we'll leave the transponder at an even 2,000. Let's see here. Fuel is now done. Fuel truck is gone, so we can go ahead and put on the fuel pumps. And let's just see if there's anything in the center tank, though with 15 tons, there better be. There is, so let's go ahead and put the center tank pump on. Center tank pumps. All right, so fuel is good, and then seatbelts on. And I realized that that was an error, and I should not have put that on until fueling was complete. So that was a mistake I did in my flow. It is pretty well balanced between both sides. Yeah, that's nicely balanced. And that is 15.4. Was that the correct amount? 15.4. Yeah, that's the correct block fuel. Okay, so block fuel's good. Load we've already done. All right, so it seems like everything's all set up here. We could start just reviewing this quickly and getting ready for our departure. So let's do... let's see here. Not looking for stars, looking for SIDS. So we're going to plan the 10-6 RNAV departure off 1-3. All right, so not until 220 knots, so passing chutes. Yep. So this is a bit of an odd one here. So it is climb heading 134, intercept course of 050 to cross chutes at or above 3,000. So 134 intercept course 050 into chutes, and then we have to cross it at or above 3,000, and you can see the restrictions in there, plus the 220 knots restriction is in there, and then expect vectors track 039 across tennis at or above 5,000. You can see the 5,000 restrictions in there, or as assigned by DC. Maintain 5,000 assigned by DC, expect for file altitude. So anything special in the notes here? DDI, GPS, required radar 1, RNAV 1, turbojets only, turbojets, turboprops as assigned. Strict compliance to track and altitude restrictions is mandatory. All aircraft expect vectors after tennis, so we'll just turn direct newel. Authorized only for aircraft requesting a final altitude above flight level 180. We are, so that works. All right. Are you ready for the departure briefing?
Go ahead.
Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're doing the tennis 6 departure today. Actually, before I do that, technical status, there's no MELs on the aircraft, there's nothing broken, and no TAMs actually, but before we get too far into this, let's just double check those no TAMs and see if anything affects our departure at all out of LaGuardia. So there's departure, here's departure. Okay, so holding position signs, markings obscured. I don't see anything too much about closed. The airport is closed every night from 4 a.m. to 10 from 4 Zulu to 10 Zulu, midnight to 6 a.m. Sid. I don't see anything for the tennis departure. Yeah, okay, so I don't see anything. All right, so nothing affecting the departure process. So yeah, we are going to do the 10 to 6 RNAV departure off of runway 13 in New York LaGuardia. The routing constraints are all as published. Do not exceed 220 knots till passing Jules, and traffic filed over Newell, which is us. Do not exceed 250 knots until reaching 11,000 feet. So 11,000 feet before we exceed. 250 knots. Top altitude is 5,000. So let's make sure we got that set. All right, 5,000 feet is set and confirmed. Let's see here. The noise abatement in New York, there is none if we follow the SID. The SID is our noise abatement. And let's see here. Engine down procedure will also follow the SID. We'll do the same thing as the SID. If the engine fails, it'll take us off towards the open water of Long Island Sound. Performance we've got in the box today. For a left seat departure off runway 13 off a dry runway with no takeoff shift, it's flap 1 with trim of 0.3 up, 44 degree flex, speeds 131, BR 151, and V2 151. Standard transition of 18,000 in North America, 1020 across the bottom for the noise 2 departure, 228 the green dot speed is carried forward for the climb. Nothing auto-tuned on the rad nav, it'll be a managed departure. We've got climb blue, nav blue. We'll get the autopilot on probably about 500 feet just so it does the turn on its own and as accurately and precisely as it can. And that's all I've got. So threats, it's a bit of a complex procedure. It's not terribly complex, so we'll let the FMS lead us around it. That should make it a lot easier for us. If we lose the FMS, lose the GPS, we're going to have to just request vectors because we're not going to be able to make the we're not going to be able to know exactly where Jutes is. It's just an RNAV fix. If we lose our GPS, we're going to have to request vectors. Busy congested airspace normally. Atlanta Center just came online, but that doesn't help me. Not so much the case today here, with, but we will make our appropriate radio calls on VATSIM to make sure we're talking to any appropriate traffic. That's basically it. It looks like a nice VFR day. It's a bit of a short runway. We do have the takeoff performance numbers, and as I said, in case of an immediate return, we could try to come back here and land on 22, but for most emergencies, we probably would almost do better to divert to an airport with a longer runway. 7,000 is not long, but it's not long. It's not super short, but it's definitely short enough that you're feeling a little bit pressured in the A320. Especially if you have any kind of failure, you may not want to come back here. And the other thing, of course, as well, is that we will be overweight with a fuel weight of 15 tons. We are well over our landing weight, max landing weight of 64.5 in this A320. So we would have to do an overweight landing checklist, and yeah, that's another reason why we shouldn't land on necessarily a short runway. That's all I've got. Any questions?
No questions.
I guess it would help if I started the APU at some point this year. There it goes. All right, so because we can't do the next step until we've done that. But I think we got everything in the box. We've got the final numbers are already in there. I think we're ready to go. Let me just make sure that my Pilot's Life Tracker doesn't think we're in the pre-flight stage. Everything is connected, so it should start the tracking here momentarily. We're just about ready to get going here. So let's do this thing. It takes a little while to get this flight going sometimes. And I wish I had thought to start the APU a little sooner. Normally what you also get too is you get the ramp guys bugging you. 10 minutes to departure, you get the ramp guys calling up saying, hey, can we pull out the ground power yet? And you look up and you're like, oh, the APU's not running. Oh, well, let us start the APU first. And they know that they can't pull the ground power if the APU's not running. And they know if the APU's running because they can hear it. You can hear it outside. It's gosh darn noisy. But that's their kind of polite way of telling you, hey, buddy, yeah. All right, so let's do this. Let's restore these windows. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close those windows. And by doing so, I should now be able to switch to my game mode. I can. Unfortunately, I've lost my capability of using the remote CDU, but that's okay. I don't really need that badly. I kind of like, on the stream, I kind of like showing you guys what I'm doing.
All packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Just stand by 1. Go for it. Yes. Cleared to close. Cleared to close. Yes. 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 To hell with you. I think we had this same problem last time. Alright, you're cleared to close. Let's get out of here. Cleared to close. Cockpit preparation checklist.
Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
15,400 kilograms.
Hello, Captain. We're ready
Seat
for pushback.
belts.
On.
ADS.
Nav.
Gyro ref.
3031 set.
3031 set. Cockpit preparation checklist completed.
Before start checklist.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set.
Takeoff speeds and thrusts.
V1 131, VR 151, V2 151, flaps 1. Flexing 44 degrees. Flexing 44 degrees.
V1 131 VR 151 V2 151 flex temp 4 degrees. Windows.
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
I'm just going to check. This should have automatically removed the chocks, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it gets lost.
Set.
Stop listening. So let's just see if it says chocks are off. It does say chocks are off, so I think we're just waiting for Buddy to... Oh, I know what we're waiting for. Haha, that's what we're waiting for. I kind of want to quick edit this pushback because I want to know... There, something like that. That'll be a good push location. That's what we're waiting for.
Locking gear.
And I forget that every single time we do this. Alright, now they're locking the gear. Now they're going to tell me to release the brakes in a second here. I keep forgetting that what's what we're waiting for. I think we're waiting for chocks, but we're waiting for them to actually, for me to actually prompt them with where we're pushing to.
Release parking brakes.
Airplane looks a little dirty on this side. Alright, we're going to release the parking brake. We're going to do the first flight of the day check, so we're going to press the brakes, and we should see the pressures come back up.
Commencing push.
Because we don't have any green hydraulic pressure yet. That's the alternate yellow brake test. Alright, there we go. We're underway. On our way to Denver. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
Bleeds on. Thrust levers idle. Ignition switch to start. And engine 2 is going. Alright. Farewell, LaGuardia. We'll come back again on the next leg anyways. Some of these gates, the bridges seem to work. Some of them, they don't. It's very frustrating in LaGuardia here. But it's like I said, this is one of those airports. It's funny because like I've been reading about repeat airports. Like the fact that there was FSIM Studios has given up on Montreal for the time being because MK Studios released in Montreal, and it's a shame because FSIM Studios does a great job, but so does MK Studios. And so yeah, like you don't want to waste your efforts. There's only so much money in the market. You know, you're not going to get multiple people buying the same airport unless they're very different calibers.
Set parking brakes.
Yeah, that'll do. Brakes are set. Confirm the pins are moved.
You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Starting engine 1.
Okay.
GSX is causing some issues with this airplane. This did not used to happen. I don't know what's going on with this here. GSX did not used to cause issues with this airplane, but it seems all of a sudden to be causing an issue this week. Yeah, so but then you look at airports like this, and there's only one rendition of LaGuardia out there. Field Air has done this kind of, you know, it maybe is worth $5, $8, not much more than that. It's not even really worth that much. And if anybody came out and did like a good rendition, because like this bridge is beautiful, and you should be able to see right through this bridge. You know, there's a walkway through there. You should be able to maybe see passengers walking back and forth, but you should be able to see right through that bridge. There's so much glass in this terminal. And it's not just a dark blue wall. It's glass. You should be able to see through it. In this day and age, I've seen other terminals that can do that. This terminal is just disappointing. This Field Air terminal is just completely and totally disappointing. So I certainly hope that someone else is going to come out there and do a much better version of Field Air. I will pay money again for LaGuardia. Sorry, a much better version of LaGuardia. I'll pay money for a good version of LaGuardia again, even though I've already bought this one because there was nothing else out there. All right, thank you, buddy. All right, engines 2 and 1 appear to be normal. All right, and then I got to swing back to my thing because I still haven't learned my flows here, because they're different from our company flows. So after start, I did engine blow normal, AP bleed off, anti-ice required, AP master switch off, ECAM status checked, and nose wheel steering disconnect. All right, so. Already checked all that. ATS is off. AP Master's going off. Status page is checked. And nose wheel steering is no longer disconnected. After start checklist. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
0.3 up set. Set and checked. Set and checked.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Clear left.
Clear right side.
All right. Good morning, Gabriel Thompson 77. Welcome to the stream.
Set. Ready?
Maybe it's me, but that just sounds really quiet. And I noticed that on my last stream, but you could barely even hear the sound of the engines at all. And not that I want it to overpower me, but I want you guys to be able to hear the background. So please, let me know if that's too loud, if you're having a hard time hearing me over the engines. And another thing about LaGuardia here.
Roger.
All right. First of all, brake check.
Pressure 0.
Shouldn't be that aggressive. But anyways, need to do a little brake check and make sure the pressure stays at 0 when you tap the brakes the first time there. Yeah, there should be two taxi laneways here on this ramp, not just one. Yeah, it just, given the quality of the rest of the sim overall and the other payware airports that are out there, this is just, it's a sad entry. For what is a beautiful airport, it is a sad entry, and I really, really, really hope that we get a good developer that comes out and does a good New York LaGuardia sometime soon. Because what has been done here by Field Air is just, it's just sad. Alright, so taxi for runway 13, we're just going to take the left on Juliet Bravo Papa crossing runway 22. New York LaGuardia traffic. JetBlue 1942 is taxiing for departure runway 13 at LaGuardia. Will be taxiing Papa across runway 22. All the airport traffic really needs to know about is when we'll be crossing runways anyways. Most of the rest of it happens at a pretty slow pace. We can usually figure it out. If we see anybody else around, we deal with it. Alright, so just a little sidestep here at Juliet. over to Bravo, bear onto Papa, and then we can probably start the flight control check. This might be an airport where it's good to do the flight control check before you even start moving, because this airport can be so busy and so hectic. And sometimes you've got a lot of time because it's gonna be forever for you to get out. But at the same time, flight control check.
Ready, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral,
Rudder.
full left, full right, neutral.
That's one thing as well that I wish I could do, is I could press that rudder disconnect button and have the nose wheel not move, or sorry, the nose wheel disconnect button, and have the nose wheel not move while I'm doing the rudder check. That would be really nice. Taxi checklist.
Set. Flight controls,
Checked.
checked. Flap setting,
Config 1+F. Config 1+F.
config 1+F. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
On and auto.
Engine mode selector,
Normal.
ECAM memo,
We'll just pretend that that's not there. Takeoff, no blue.
taxi checklist completed.
Ladies and gentlemen, all portable electronic equipment and
LaGuardia traffic, JetBlue 1942 crossing runway 22.
Start our pre-flight safety briefing. We are now going to take you through our safety procedures and equipment. As this information is for your benefit, we ask you to watch and listen carefully.
Alright, strobes on for a
Safety
moment.
card in your seat area shows details of escape routes, oxygen masks, and life jackets. It also shows the bracing position, which you must adopt in an emergency landing. In the unlikely event of having to use the escape slide, leave all hand baggage behind and remove high-heeled shoes as they may tear the slide. Please now ensure that your table is folded away, your seat back is up.
Alright, I think we're just about ready. Just going to make one more check to make sure my tracker is tracking, and there it is. We have taxied out. It does know we're moving, so that's good.
And unfastened like this.
Because we are already there. And what the nice thing about LaGuardia is that, assuming that there's no traffic, it is a very short taxi out distance-wise. However, with the traffic that exists in LaGuardia, sometimes it's not a short taxi out.
We recommend you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times and
Runway entry procedure.
disturbed in flight.
Takeoff runway confirmed. Approach path clear of
If
traffic.
the cabin air supplies fail, oxygen will be provided. Masks
Cabin
like this
to be
will
seated
appear
for takeoff.
automatically. Stay in your seat and pull a mask towards you. This will open your oxygen supply. Place the mask over your mouth and nose like this. And breathe
Lineup
normally,
checklist.
adjusting the band
Takeoff
to secure
runway.
it.
1-3 confirmed.
Mask is fitted before helping anyone
Runway
else.
13 confirmed. TCAS,
Your life jacket is
TARA.
beside your seat.
packs 1
In the
and 2.
event of landing on water,
On.
remove the life jacket from its
Lineup
container
checklist
and put it
completed.
over your head. Pass the tapes round your waist and tie them securely in a double bow
LaGuardia
on the
traffic,
side.
JetBlue 1942 rolling 1-3 tennis 6 departure.
The air can be topped up by using the mouthpiece. There is a whistle here for attracting attention.
Manflex
Do not inflate your life
44.
jacket until you are outside
Find
the
it.
aircraft. We will supply life cots for babies and life jackets for infants.
SRS runway and auto thrust blue.
Finally, ladies and gentlemen, please study the safety card and take notice of the fasten seatbelt sign.
Thrust
May
set
remind you that
100 knots.
Roger.
devices such as games, computing and word processing equipment may interfere
V1.
with the aircraft system and
Rotate.
must be switched off during takeoff and landing. Portable telephones must be switched off while the aircraft engines are running.
Positive
As
climb.
this is a nose
Gear up.
service,
Nav.
the nose phone signs will remain on for the
Pitch.
duration of the flight. Smoking is not permitted at any time whilst on board. If you have any questions, please ask one of
Gear
the
up.
crew. Thank you.
Autopilot 1.
1000.
Thrust climb.
Speed checked.
Auto thrust.
Flaps 1.
Here's the turn to tennis. Above 2,200 feet. We're already almost there. We are accelerating, but we're still climbing. There's the 2,200 feet for tennis, or for Jutes, excuse me. And tennis is at above 5,000. Alright, farewell LaGuardia. We'll see you again very soon. Get this thing cleaned up here shortly, and then we can start climbing.
Radar altimeter alive.
Be nicer if the bridge didn't have something hanging underneath it. Flap 0. Flap
Speed
0.
checked. Flap 0. Speed checked. Flap 0.
Alright, so there's the 228's the green dot speed, and that's fine. We're just passing Jutes now, so as it accelerates, it's fine. Still calculating when it's going to level off here at 5,000. It looks like it's just before tennis, so we're going to keep its speed selected 228. We are going to set like 3,000, I think. And we're now above 4,000. I'd say it's close enough. We can probably go direct to Newell on course. Alright, so there's direct Newell. There is nav, and there is... see if we can get this to go a little faster here. There we go. It's going to come around in a second. There it is, Newell. Alright, we're above 5,200. We can go ahead and go speed managed. Let the thing accelerate. Just being a little bit sluggish to react now. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just shut down my remote MCDU server because it's not doing me any good. So it's just using up processor power for no good reason there. But there goes New York. Farewell, New York. We will see you again on the next leg. We're going to come right back to New York after we go all the way. And this guy did not disarm spoilers, so let's get those disarmed. Make sure he's doing everything he should be here. We should be getting those lights off as well with the gear. And away we go, guys. We're on our way. So let me know if that's too loud with the background noise, the engines, because I can't hear myself talking through the headset. I mean, I can hear myself talk, but like it's not, the channel does not come through the headset, so I can't compare the volume of my talking to the volume. The only way I can compare it is just visually. I'm just looking at the levels here, and to me it looks like my volume is easily twice that of the background noise. But I want you still to be able to hear the background noise. I want you to know that we're flying. I want you to hear the engines. I want you to hear you know, the FS2 crew interactions and all that other stuff. So please let me know if the balance is not good. I could turn it up a little more. I'm hesitant because I don't want to be drowned out by the constant sound of the engines, but I want it to be there. I noticed on my last video that for some reason it had gone a little quiet, and it was almost the engines were almost imperceptible in the last video. Alright, so we'll pretend we got on with New York Center, and they cleared us all the way up to our cruise of 30,000. $10,000. It's a beautiful day. We could definitely... Alright, so get lights off, belts off. Nothing to detune. Secondary, because we got airborne successfully, we now have time on our hands. We can recopy the active, let it shadow the active. And still good up to 35.8 for our cruise of 30,000 today, so that's good. The other things we've got to do as well, once we pass 10,000 feet, if not sooner, is get guard up on number 2. Guards up, we are listening. And pressurization check. So the cabin differential's at 3.8. It is climbing at 500 feet per minute, which is very reasonable. Cabin altitude's 2,000 at 10,000 feet. That's very reasonable, which means that the pressurization system does seem to be holding and working. And first fuel check, just to confirm everything is looking good. No major fuel leaks right off the bat. 850 kilos, 14.5 plus 850. That's going to take us to, let's call it 14.5 plus 900. That would take us to 15.4, which I believe is where we started. So fuel is all accounted for, and we're good. We're underway. There goes Manhattan behind us. And there's the Meadowlands right there, and right down there is Teterboro Airport. Going right over Teterboro on our way out to Denver there. That's the Meadowlands. It's the racetrack. That's I believe that's Giant Stadium there. That's the indoor ski hill right there. I've been to Newark. There's Newark right there. I've been to Newark so many times, and you almost always do the 2-2s, and you always turn base right over Teterboro, right over the Meadowlands. You see this whole thing. Yeah, it's a very familiar landmark to me anyways, to say the very least. Very familiar with that landmark. Flying, turning base over that all the time. Alright, so with the cost index 100, we are climbing out here at 340 knots. We're not doing too bad. We're doing 2,300 feet per minute, so we're doing pretty good here. We're getting underway. We got quite a ways to go here, so let's just have a quick little bottom line it for me here. 1756. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Now, whether that sticks or not, we'll have to see, because the winds are definitely going to get stronger as we head further west. But 1756 is not bad. Can I show you that too? Is the other question I have. I just closed the Navigraph charts, but I can't remember if it's integrated yet or not. I don't think weather is really integrated on here yet. It's just day and night. Pinboard telemetry. Yeah, that's the only thing. It's weather's not integrated on the SimBrief internal panel yet, which is a shame. But if I go back to this, then I can show you my SimBrief weather. So just to show you what I was dealing with today here, just trying to sort of bring it up here. So this was kind of one of my flight planning steps here. I made multiple steps in the flight planning here. I don't know if you noticed that, but by the time I actually settled on a plan, it was actually release 3, because we got lots of stuff to deal with here. Let's go ahead and go weather radar. That's probably one of the biggest things, first of all. So we had a couple of route options to choose from. We had one slightly more northerly, one slightly more southerly, one kind of straight across. There is some weather on the weather radar here, just south of Lake Michigan here, just south of Chicago. There is some weather on the radar there. That being said, I also combined that with the convective cloud tops. And I was not picking up on any real convective cloud tops along our route. See, along here, there's 9,800 feet, there's 226, 229, even up here, there's a few higher ones. But right now, these are not showing up as very high-level convective. So, yeah, these are all lakes there, so there's not much high-level convective showing up on there right now. Might be a few kind of high-level clouds, but nothing really significantly tall yet. So we did take quite a bit of extra fuel. We can go around this if we need to. It's also kind of tracking a little bit to the northeast. So if I go back and get rid of this, you know, weather briefing is as much as an art as it is a science. You're trying to give yourself a good picture of what's going on in the world and how it's going to impact your flight. But it's sometimes hard to do it just as a sort of a snapshot one-off. You've got to sort of project forward, so you can see it's kind of tracking easterly, a little bit northeasterly. If anything, the intensity of this particular patch has decreased over the last couple hours, which is why I'm pretty comfortable about going over this one. This one over here looks like it's intensifying. It looks like a very serious line. I don't want to get too close to that. So even up this end here, we may need to start looking at some diversions north to get around that. But this seems to be in the dissipating phase. As I said, no high-level tops up to our altitude, so I don't think that that's going to be an issue for us getting over this area. So that's why I chose a pretty direct route. Time is obviously a factor in the dispatch decision-making process today. All right, there's 18. Set standard. If I can do it, there it is. Set standard. Alright, this guy's kind of gotten out of sequence because he heard me say flaps 1 after I said flaps up. He thinks we're already in the approach phase. So, we'll just have to deal with it. Anyways, we did the standard, and standard 2992 is set and cross-checked. All right, yeah, so that was some of the factors that affected my dispatching today was the weather. Obviously, we are going to have to fly through the system at some point. Do I get surface? Do we have a... No, I don't have a surface summary, but anyways, yeah, we got to get through that. But again, like I said, I don't think it's going to be a problem for us to get over it. We did carry some extra fuel. ATC dispatch did give us about 20 minutes of extra weather fuel, so that's definitely enough to get and deviate around some stuff if we need to. Once we get kind of getting towards a beam Cleveland area here, we're going to definitely start looking ahead and seeing what's ahead of us, seeing if we need to go around anything. But I think we're going to avoid the worst of it. The other thing that impacted our choice of routes today was the jet stream and the wind barbs here. So I put those both on there. I'm going to get rid of the weather radar just to sort of clear up the picture here. So here is the picture of the jet stream. So the jet stream, the redder it is, the higher it is, and as you can see by these wind barbs, it's out of the west. It's out of the southwest, out of the west. You can see by these wind lines, these wind barbs. So we are heading more or less directly into the winds. But what you'll notice about our route is that the further north you go, the stronger the winds get. This is for flight level 300, so this is our flight planned altitude. So that's what I tried to do, is I tried to kind of also keep it a little bit more southerly in the hopes of keeping it more, keeping to a lower headwind and hopefully getting there a little faster. I also experimented. I did a third route down here that was quite a little bit further south. It was actually about 3% longer. However, it also, the way I looked at it was probably going to get us further away from the jet stream and keep us out of the wind a little bit longer. It didn't make too much of an impact. It was actually 2 minutes longer than the more direct route. The difference in wind is not substantial enough between this route and being another 50 miles or so further south, which is kind of where the last route came. So, but these are the things I was looking at today. There's a number of factors that sort of played into my flight planning today. The biggest of them being trying to pick an optimal wind profile and trying to avoid any potential trying to provide any potential convective activity. The other thing too, of course, is turbulence, which of course is quite prevalent along our route today, unfortunately. More towards the second half. The first half of our route is pretty nice, but we'll have to tell the cabin crew to make sure that they do good service in the first half, and then begin to secure the cabin after we pass Chicago. We might be in and out of some turbulence here, and it's hard to give it 100%, but if it really gets rough, if we go down, it looks like the intensity of the turbulence decreases the further down you go. Now 24 is a bit extreme, but if you even just getting down to 28 instead of 30 might be better. And even going up to 34, you get a slightly higher headwind, but you might avoid some of that turbulence. It looks like the turbulence kind of peaks at about 30 to 32. So either going down or up a little bit might help. So then what you can also do is look at the jet streams and say, well, how does going up and down help me in terms of fuel burn? Going down definitely has a lower wind. Going up definitely gets a little bit of a heavier headwind. We're definitely crossing into, it looks like almost 100 knots. Let's get the wind barbs on there as well again. And it looks like very close to 100 knots anyways, whereas if we go down to 28, yeah, it's into the 70s. So lose about 20 knots of headwind by going down to 28. So definitely not worth it to go much higher than 30 today just because of that high wind, which is probably why, although the optimum is theoretically 33, SimBrief opted to keep me low to get me a better time. Anywho, so those are some of the things that I like to give you guys kind of the insight into some of the stuff we're looking at. I mean, there's all sorts of things that do impact your flight planning, as well, your destination, your origin weather, but en route weather, these are some of the things you want to look at. Let's see here, cloud cover. Get rid of some of the other stuff here I don't need anymore. So, you can see cloud cover, so we are going to be flying over some cloudy areas. Icing sometimes becomes a bit of an issue at this time of year. I don't see too much in the icing right now. Oh, that's 30. Yeah, if you were to go down like the mid altitudes, you'll see quite a bit of blue out here once you get below 20,000. I love how quick it loads though too, so it makes for very nice kind of scroll through things. You can actually look at stuff very quickly, very nicely. Even ISA. And let's go back up to 30,000. A little bit warmer than standard. And I gotta say, outside today, I was outside earlier, and it's a nice day out there. I gotta say, it's raining, but it's so warm. It's like 16 degrees outside. It's a really nice warm day outside. Oh, we can actually get the triple pause on here. Triple pause looks like it's kind of in the high 30s, 38. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. I didn't even notice you could do triple pause on here. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Vertical velocity. Vertical velocity, visibility. Any restrictions to visibility? It looks like out over the west there's some restrictions to visibility. Nice. I believe that's a winter storm kind of moving across the plains there, the northern Great Plains. So kind of glad that's not us. Anywho, how are we doing here? 2.5. We're climbing very slowly. This is an airplane that does not like to climb quickly, but that's also because we're doing 340 knots. We are trying to keep a fast speed today to get to Denver reasonably quickly. We're still going to be level just as we approach Danip there, so that's not too bad. Yeah. I am pretty happy that I did manage to get the remote MCDU to work. I am pretty stoked about that because certainly for my personal flying, on my personal simming, that makes a huge world of difference. Just being able to type on the tablet, it's so much more, you know, as much as it's like a henpecking process, it's so much more realistic than trying to interact with the mouse. I you know, especially if I do a lot of simming in a week, I definitely get a sore wrist and a sore elbow from trying to manipulate that mouse around the flight deck. So anything to change that. I'm so looking forward to the mini FCU being right here, up on top of my honeycomb stack here. Just being able to manipulate the Airbus controls in a realistic fashion. Oh, that's going to be a wonderful thing. Not just the tactile input of it, but just the fact that, again, getting away from mousing everything. I hate mousing everything in an airplane. And there's a limitation, obviously, but you know, I mean, if given an infinite budget, I would entertain the notion of a full 320 flight deck in my basement. I would entertain that notion of having a full overhead panel, try to get a full main panel up and running with I don't even know how you would do the various screens, but probably the easiest thing to do would be to kind of get. I don't know if it'd be easier to get 3 larger screens or 6 smaller screens, because you can get some small screens nowadays that actually are quite effective. You could buy a number of small tablets, but it's probably almost not worth it to buy a whole bunch of tablets. To buy 6 different tablets and then potentially the MCDU tablets as well. You know, given an infinite budget, I mean, if cost is no object, then you could do it, but yeah, I wonder if you could get like a smaller screen, like a 12 or a 14-inch screen, but like combine both of these into one screen, and both of these into one screen, and so on and so forth. You wouldn't even necessarily need the other side. Like you could just have just the captain side, for example. So you just have just the left PFD-ND, just the ECAMs, just one MCDU, just sort of just simulate just the captain side. You know, what cost being no object, the Thrustmaster, throttle quadrant would be a really nice kind of, again, tactile effect to have. Having a proper radio panel, get one of the SciTech radio panels mounted down there properly, you know, and get all the mini FCU accessories across the top here, and the full overhead panel. Like, it would be nice to have that, and the Thrustmaster side stick as well would also be great. Like, cost being no object, I would enjoy having a full Airbus flight deck. It's a nice, well-designed airplane, and just having everything in the right spot and being able to interact with it by pushing buttons. As silly as it is, but like I just get so tired of mousing everything, and it's a limitation you deal with because it allows you to have this ultimate flexibility. There we go. That's 29.3 climbing 300. Let's just watch it, make sure it levels off. We are supposed to focus. Anytime you're within 1,000 feet of leveling off, it's considered a high area of vulnerability. You need to monitor the airplane to make sure it does, in fact, trigger the level off at the correct time, and that everything is set correctly. You remember to set standards, silly things like that, but it is important. All right, so there's Mach Alt Star. It does look like it's capturing. Vertical rate is decreasing. And we're also passing Danner just at this moment, which is just perfect. So we're going to do a check here. Just going to want to see it level off. There's Mach Alt Cruise. All right, and we're passing Danner at time is 14:57. All right, Danner at 14:57, and we've got 13.4 in the tanks. So bang on the fuel plan, and let's just start projecting this forward here. So 14:57. Unfortunately, typical of flying in the Northeast U.S., there's 1,001 waypoints. Sometimes you get to the western half of the U.S. and you can go like 500 miles between two waypoints. You can go an hour and 20 minutes between two waypoints. In the eastern U.S., it's like it's every 5 minutes there's a waypoint, every 8 minutes. And if you had a system that was doing this automatically for you, it would be easier. We do have that nowadays, but honestly, you know, 5 years ago I was doing this. Maybe 7 years ago I was doing this. We were doing the math test every day. You do the first waypoint check, and then you do all the math from there on in, and see how your trend is showing up against the rest of the flight plan. If you guys spot a math error as I'm doing this, please feel free to shout me out. You know, I'm pretty good at math, but it's not to say I'm perfect, and it's easy for your brain when you're kind of doing it repetitively. And I'm just barely thinking about the math as I'm doing it here. Nope, that's not right. 17:06. See. Yeah. It's 17:21. Top of descent. That's good. .08. Without an approach, 18:08. It's very reasonable. That's our flight plan saying right now. 18:12. So over the course of a 4-hour flight plan, a 4-minute discrepancy is very reasonable, and we'll just keep an eye on it as we pass all the waypoints. But we're bang on the fuel. We're right where we should be fuel burn wise, so that's good. Got a 50 knot headwind. We're only grounding 430 while we're truing out at 480. That's so be it. But yeah, we are level and in flight, so away we go. So I want to thank everybody for watching and subscribing to the channel and keeping an eye on it as well, because this has this is not a hugely lucrative enterprise for me, but I do enjoy sharing it with you guys. I do enjoy doing the streams. The streams are fun. I enjoy sharing, sharing the idea of air transport operations, modern air transport operations, and answering questions about stuff that comes up. So I did get, that does lead me into, I did get a payout from YouTube finally. Not finally, I'm not trying to be ungrateful. It happens just a couple times a year now, but I did get one. So I did manage to, I did splurge a little tiny bit on myself, and basically what I splurged on was the MK Studios Montreal that I alluded to earlier in the stream. It's about bloody time. We had a good quality airport in Montreal. It was one of the last airports in Canada, I think, that really did not have good quality scenery. There was one scenery online available on flightsim.to, freeware scenery by a guy called I think it was 514 FIVE1 FOUR or something like that, which is the Montreal area code. So and he'd done a pretty good job overall. Like he'd done a whole bunch of custom models for the airport, which is for freeware scenery, it was quite impressive. It was not great. It was really quite good. The only thing that I found really frustrating about it was that the gate numbering. I think he didn't do anything to modify the gate numbering from Microsoft's original default scenery gate numbering, which was completely so far out of whack. It was not even funny. So you couldn't call GSX to meet you at a gate because you had no idea what gate number they were actually going to be at, because the gate numbers in the sim did not at all in any way resemble real life. So as silly as that is, that's important when you're trying to get GSX to meet you at a certain gate and marshal you into a certain gate. You need to know to tell them where to be. So you need accurate gate numbering very much within reason, at least. So, maybe 1 or 2 gate numbers off either side is even fine, but you just need to be in the right general area of the airport. But the gate numbers in Microsoft by default were just just completely way out of whack. So, MK Studios released that probably about 2 months ago, and I said that's on my list. It's on my shopping list of things I really want. Montreal's an airport I do fly to a lot in the sim because I fly from the Toronto area. I do tend to fly to Montreal a lot in the sim because it's the good length flight. It's an hour flight. It's pretty quick. In an Airbus, it's an hour flight, so you get up and down pretty quick, but it's something you could squeeze into an evening. If you've got 2 hours to sim in an evening, and you need like 45 minutes of setup time to load your sim and load the aircraft and load the flight plan, load the passenger, load everything and get going, and you only have about an hour to fly. That Toronto-Montreal corridor it's like an ideally timed corridor. It's exactly what you need. But I haven't flown it much lately because it was just so disappointing that we didn't have any good scenery at the other end that we were able to get to the gate realistically with GSX there waiting for us. This has been MK Studios now has been, I won't say game changer, but it's a welcome relief. So I was looking forward to that, so I picked that up using the proceeds from my YouTube YouTube payout. And it's actually on sale right now too. I was just shopping around and I looked, and on SimMarket it's on sale anyway. So just what fortuitous good luck that they're already having a sale on this. It only released a couple months ago, but they have a sale on it. So I think it was €11 or something like that. So very, very reasonable price for MK Studios. It looks really nice. Flew in there last night just to test it out, and it looks really good. It's really nice to see Montreal done properly. And that was one of the last major airports in Canada, I think, that didn't have any kind of scenery really. The only other one I can think of, the only other major airports in Canada I can really think of that are that don't have good scenery. Winnipeg is kind of there is, and again, part of this was my eagerness, but I went and bought the MSFS scenery for Winnipeg, and I was not expecting it to be great, and it's not great, but it kind of does the job. It's a customized terminal building, so it's a little bit better than the basic stuff, but it's like that Field Air LaGuardia that we just left. It's not great. It kind of gets the job done if you don't have an alternative. That being said, now Sim Add-ons has released a Winnipeg, and also FSim Studios is apparently working on Winnipeg. So there was a Winnipeg that was all right up until now. And at least the gate numbers were correct and things like that, so it was kind of reasonable. But I think, again, this is another case where I kind of, in a rush, I bought the cheap scenery for Winnipeg, but I think I'll probably consider buying the better scenery. And whether I do Sim Add-ons or FSim Studios, kind of lean towards FSim Studios because I really like their quality product. I think they're really good. Sim Add-ons is definitely good. It's not quite up there. And I feel like they fell behind a little bit with the MSFS. They weren't able to really. It takes all the developers time to kind of get into this new sim and really focus on it. Sim Add-ons really they got a lot of stuff out there, but a lot of it I think was ported from the P3D stuff. It wasn't really improved upon a whole lot from the previous generation. So I have mixed emotions about their stuff. Some of their stuff looks really good. Some of it kind of does not look so good, because the other airport I was going to say that really is missing is St. John's. And again, this is a case where if you're happy with the Sim Add-on stuff, Sim Add-ons does have a St. John's, and then you can kind of complete your Canadian collection. Otherwise, that's one other airport that has not gotten any good attention from anybody else. But otherwise, Canada is very lucky in MSFS that we've gotten quite a few good developers. FSim Studios kind of really came out of nowhere just before the launch of MSFS, and really has just gone crazy with Canada. They like Canada. They seem they must be Canadian based because they seem to really like Canada. They've done a great job with a whole bunch of different Canadian airports. Canada's gotten a lot of good love in MSFS this time around. Also, I'd say more so than the U.S. There's quite a few major hubs in the U.S. that are still missing broken links in the chain. Phoenix is the first one that comes to mind as being one that does not have any good scenery out there. Phoenix, somebody really needs to get doing Phoenix, and Minneapolis as well. MSP is another big airport that is almost shocking that there's no really good sceneries out there for it yet. And I think it's a matter of time. But that's one that also shocks me. And these were two that Flightbeam worked on. I hope the Flightbeam's working on them again. Flightbeam's a fantastic developer. It's a small studio. They don't work quickly, but they do a high quality product when they do stuff. And the funny thing is, like with the P3D world, we were there for so long in the P3D world, in 10 years in the FSX P3D era. A lot of these airports that we kind of took for granted towards the end of the era, they hadn't been released quickly. well, you know, 1 a year, maybe 2 a year, you know, and over the course of time, you know, these developers released a lot of airports, but it wasn't like they all came out right away. And now, yeah, just right into the me, I want it now attitude. And I try not to fall into that. And I really try not to fall into that. And I really try to be a grateful customer, grateful sim customer, and enjoy the products you get. But there's just a few that surprised me that nobody's leaped on it yet and said, hey, I'm going to release a good quality version of this. LaGuardia, Fenix, MSP, I think are the three that really kind of like most other airports, major hubs in the US have gotten some good love at this point. I can't think of too many other hubs that haven't gotten the good love yet at this point. So those are the three that kind of seem to me to be very outstanding. Need to be kind of, someone needs to address them soon. And LaGuardia especially. What a beautiful airport. What a shame. What is a crying shame that Feel There's rendition is the best we've got so far. It's sad. It is a sad rendition. It's not even accurate. It's not even that the textures are low quality. It's that the textures are low quality and a lot of it isn't accurate. But I think I said this last time. I think it stems from where they're coming from. I think what Feel There ends up doing with most of their airports is most of their airports start their life as a tower add-on. So as an add-on for their tower game, they develop 3D models for these airports. And because they're playing that as more of a game, things again tend to be simplified a little bit. So instead of 2 taxi lanes into one particular ramp area, you just get 1 taxi lane, which is not realistic, but you know, it simplifies the gaming of it a little bit. And that's kind of where I feel like Feel There's coming from. I feel like they're creating 3D models that sort of look good from far, but when you get really close to them, you don't see through them. But like if you're sitting up in the tower and looking down at the whole airport from up in the tower, these models would probably be okay. But I feel like, yeah, I feel like that's where they're coming from. That's one of the reasons why they released the scenery relatively cheaply. I think they most of their MSFS sceneries I think are $10 or less. So I think that's why they kind of get away. It's a second chance to make money off the same models without a whole lot of extra work, and it shows. It shows that they're not putting a whole lot of extra work into it. So it's a bit disappointing. You know, I would like to see a really good rendition of LaGuardia. I think it would be fantastic. It's one of the few things that's really missing, I think, from MSFS. All right. One thing I didn't actually do a cruise procedure when we leveled off. Just look through the flight deck. Basically, you do a pre-flight scan again. Make sure that everything is where it should be. So all the switches are in the right position. None of the lights are on if they're not supposed to be. Everybody's happy. You just sort of go through the flight deck one more time. And this is something you should do as a pilot too. Anytime you come back in the flight deck. So if you've been out of the flight deck, I never put these in the VOR mode. If you've been out of the flight deck for any length of time too, like you step out to use the facilities or whatever, and you come back in the flight deck, that's one of the things you should do when you sit down as well, is just do another scan, just to make sure nothing's changed on the flight deck. And you know, airlines are pretty, like the CRM on airlines these days is really quite good for the most part. You get a couple of throwbacks to the older days, but mostly it's extremely good. It's mostly extremely good, but occasionally you get a couple throwbacks. But even the best of intentions, like a guy may change something and not realize he's done it, or just not even not realize he's done it, but forgot he did it. You know, you're out there, maybe you go to the washroom, but then you also talk to flight attendants for 5 or 10 minutes. You come back to what happened. Oh well, you know, I changed this and this, and you forget to mention you changed this as well. So you know, it's just important to make sure that it gives you a chance to kind of really come back and give you a couple seconds to really get. A couple minutes to really get right back into the game. All right, we're just coming up on the fix of midst here. So before I do the lower ECAM check, we're just gonna do another check here. I've skipped a few waypoints, and that's fine. But just to kind of see how the trend is doing here, because it's also now it's 11 minutes to our next waypoint here. So all right, we're just passing it right now. So 15:11 with 12.8 in the tanks. So we are right on time at midst, and we got 12.8 in the tank. If anything, we got a little bit more than we're supposed to. Just 100 up now, right on for midst. So that's looking good. Yeah. Okay, so just finishing this check here. So let's just check everything here. Make sure all the parameters in the airplane are perfectly normal. I literally just step through every screen, have a quick look at it, make sure everything looks normal. Question anything that doesn't look normal. And all looks good. Hydraulics. this is pretty normal because the gear came up. All the fluid is now in the gear cylinders. All the hydraulic fluid in the gear cylinders. It's normal for the green system to fall once you take off and retract the gear. Fuel. We'll circle back to fuel because fuel is so important. We kind of give it its own separate page here. Its own separate sort of iteration through the flight monitoring here. So 21 degrees, 20 degrees, that's pretty reasonable. Everyone likes it in the cabin. Nobody likes to be hot and sweaty when they're sitting next to other human beings for 3-4 hours. Alright, so that all looks good. So we'll go back to the fuel page. It is pretty well balanced. That's pretty nicely balanced there. And temperatures are okay, 2700. So let's see here. 15.4, yeah, 15.4, that adds up. And what I'll do is I'll start a timer, and at least once every 30 minutes we'll make sure we have checked that fuel just to confirm that it is balanced, nothing's leaking out, it's all adds up and is accounted for. Oh, so much stuff to talk about today. Ugh. Alright, what else do we talk about? So Travis alluded to this earlier, and I said, yes, I'll talk about this later, but PMDG has finally announced a release date for their EFB. And yeah, this leads into some great topics of discussion right there. But they finally have a release date for their EFB, and apparently it's next week. From I believe, unless I'm mistaken in what I read. I'm trying to recall as best I can, but I believe they announced that they're going to release it next week. They're going to release an update next week that should push it, but it's a bit hilarious. Just in the lead up to this, it's just a tablet. It's just an add-on. Add-on's not even the right word. It's just a update to their existing product. It's not even a new product. It's just an add-up. It's an add-on to their new product. And a release date has been set. Aiming to push an update for 737 customers via the platform on October 30th. So on Monday, this coming Monday, probably by the time this video is all published on YouTube, it'll be out. Yeah, this is what you get here. All right. So you get data entry. Let's have a look at these here. So you get Navigraph charts integrated, SimBrief flight plans integrated, which is great. Pardon me. So yeah, so you get all of the, you can import your flight plan directly from SimBrief into the tablet. You'll get full Navigraph charting abilities within the tablet if you are a subscriber. Your flight plan, and I mean this is just, you know, the raw data flight plan, but anyways, it's, you know, sim panel, SimBrief panel right there. Navigraph charts with your little icon and everything, various options and everything. And the other thing that I'm probably looking forward to the most, like general preferences for the, not sure if this is for the tablet or for the aircraft itself. Must be for the tablet. But then this is probably, to me, is the most important aspect of having this tablet, is having takeoff and landing data available, you know, to calculate within, to calculate the data for your aircraft. So landing distance, you know, optimum takeoffs, trying to figure out the best takeoffs you can, the best flex values you can to get off the ground, because the FMS will tell you what the valid numbers are for a given power setting, but it won't tell you what the highest power setting is you can use unless you literally type in every power setting. But that's what you should be doing, is trying to optimize the, well, not the highest power setting, the lowest power setting that will successfully get you off the ground. So that's probably one of the biggest things to me, finally, is having performance data, performance programming data for the FMS. So that, like I said, that to me is one of the biggest things. I'm not necessarily huge on having charts on the EFB. It's kind of a neat feature to have it in there and say, yeah, this is what it would look like in the real world. But unless you're actually in VR, I agree. There was one commenter who said, like, it's frustrating trying to use these on the internal EFBs, because the internal EFBs only take up this much space on your you know, monitor, unless you have like you know, unless you're looking at like a 72-inch monitor and you're trying to you end up zooming in a lot just to try and see this stuff. So honestly, having a secondary device, you know, your tablet or whatever, to look into your charts or whatever is honestly perhaps a little bit more realistic. So having Navigraph installed on your personal tablet or something, it's a nice feature to have. This is something that I definitely feel like I can do without on most of these tablets, is having the integrated charts. Again, and it's mostly because it's just like, in the real world, you're closer to it. It takes up a bigger part of your field of vision, but in the simulator, it's this much of your field of vision. You've got to zoom in so much to see what's on that EFB and to be able to read it all. It's just, I find it's generally not worth it. So that's why, like, honestly, like, it's on here, and I have almost never touched it. Let's see if I can pull it up here. But yeah, Navigraph charts are available on this tablet. I never look at them, and it's not that I don't like them or like the idea of it, but it's so impractical because you have to kind of do this kind of thing to be able to even see it. Is this not even my flight? Import route from SimBrief. There we go. Thinking about it. Sync route SimBrief. There we go. LaGuardia, Denver route. It's nice to have. Don't get me wrong, and it can be very kind of nice to look at. But it's just one of those things where I just feel like it's probably, there's better ways of doing this. When most people have a tablet or even a second screen or something, even bringing it up in the sim, you know, using the Navigraph menu here, built-in charts in the sim. It's a little better because it's a more realistic portion of your field of vision to be able to read stuff. So I find, yeah, this is not something that I'm really making much use of. It's really, for me, the performance is what I'm really looking forward to. And I don't want to be ungrateful, but boy, what a long time it took to release this EFB. Yeah. And I don't want to be ungrateful because I'm going to make it, I want to comment on that too, but at the same time, like, PMDG just kept on sort of just leading us on with this thing for the longest time. It's been like 2 years since the first 737 release, and yes, okay, they want to get the airplanes out the door and have us flying the airplanes, and it was great, and I would not have wanted to wait a long time for that tablet, but how did it take, you know, 2 additional years to add the EFB functionality to the airplane? Is it a time management issue? Was it a resource issue? Did they not, you know, were they dedicating too many resources to other projects, like updating the airplanes and you know, moving forward with their next project, which appears to be the 777, is moving, seems to be moving full steam ahead here. I don't know, though, that it struck me as odd, anyways. It struck me as very odd that it took as long as it did for a company and I will say this about PMDG, they do tend to release pretty well-polished products. They don't want to go to market with anything that isn't a pretty well-polished product. So I get that you want to wait till it's done, but the fact that it took 2 years, you know, that was almost as long as it took to develop the airplanes another time. I think the airplanes were in development for like 3 years, maybe 4 even. But, you know, for it to take you another 50% longer just to develop just this tablet, and it's not even like there's a huge amount of functionality on it. It's a very basic tablet to look at those screenshots. It does the sim, it does the flight plan, it does the charts, it does the takeoff and landing data, and that's it. And it's like, this took 2 years? But I don't want to be ungrateful, and I'm trying not to be that. I do find it odd that it took that long for them to do it, and hopefully when it does release, it is nice. And the fact that they've released it now and it is a modular piece that can hopefully be subbed into the 777 and whatever other products that they do bring out in the future without a whole lot of effort, you know, that could be an advantage as well. But I found it a little bit disappointing the length of time it took PMDG to get through this. And get this tablet out there. And then it was also just like the lead up of, oh, we're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're going to make an announcement next week. Next week we announced that we're going to announce the release date soon. And it's like, oh my god. And for those of you that live in the Toronto area, my immediate thought is like, this sounds exactly like the Eglinton Crosstown. Again. And for those of you that don't know, that don't live in the Toronto area, the Crosstown is a light rail transit line in Toronto that's been under construction now for like 14 years. And it was supposed to open, I believe the original target date was 2020, 2020, and here it is 2024. And they haven't given anybody a target opening date, and it's getting close now. Like, most of the infrastructure is done. They're kind of heavy into the testing phase and correcting the defects that are being revealed in the testing phase. But it's one of those things. It's like a couple weeks ago they had a press release to announce that they didn't know when they don't know when they're going to be able to announce a release date or a launch date. And it's like, so what is this point of this press conference? You're having a press conference to tell us that you don't know anything? Like, it was just. It's such a hilarious debacle going on right now, and it's a bit sad because like it has had a huge impact on the city. It's one of the major east-west thoroughfares through the entire city has been under construction for the better part of 10 years, and in some cases, large sections of the street have been closed. There's places where they're doing it in the center of the street. There parts of it are subway, parts of it have subway stations nearby. So, some parts of the street have been, enduring construction for like 10 years, diverted traffic and lack of nearby street parking and everything like that. Really having a hard impact on business for like 10 years. It's like, wow, it's going to be great when it opens. If it ever opens, at the rate it's going, people are thinking it's just never going to open. And it's that was just the same thing with the 737 tablet, with the PMDG electronic flight bags. Everyone's just like, it's just never going to happen. They're just going to keep on announcing that it's coming, and it's getting closer, and we're almost there, and we might make an announcement next week about a target date for showing you a screenshot of what it might look like, and it went on and on. It was one of those cases where they almost shouldn't have even said that it was going to be part of the project to begin with. But I think that's part of why people feel entitled to it, is because it was kind of promised as part of the original product. It's one thing if you release an update of something unexpected that, hey, this is a nice improvement. But when you're like, okay, so we're going to launch our airplane. It doesn't have the EFB yet, but it's coming soon. We're just working on it, but we want to get the airplane out there. And you're kind of doing that launch. You're kind of leading people on with that, okay, And I think we all had an expectation that the EFB would be 3 to 6 months behind. Like, okay, it's its own little project that people are working on, but it shouldn't take that long to launch. But it took like 2 years to launch this thing. It's insane. Then again, there is the point to be made, and this is why I don't want to sound like I'm ungrateful, but it shocked me how long it took PMG to do this, because they've done other things in shorter periods of time. They've done much more complex things. They've done the whole airplane in almost less time than it took to do the tablet itself. That's why I think it's because they set an expectation, a bar, and they do a good job, but it's sad that it took as long as it did. Flashing on status here. Center tank pumps unusable. Did we finish all the fuel in the center tank pumps? Yeah, we're getting right down to the end here. I'm going to give another 2 or 3 minutes and I'll shut off those pumps, because we've burned all the fuel pretty much out of the center tank there. Yeah. On the flip side of that, like, there are some people in the flight sim community that can be that do get a sense of entitlement, and I'm generally trying to be grateful to the developers for what they do put out there. I think PMDG has become a little bit of a laughing stock only because of the amount of time it took to get this EFB out there. Everyone kind of felt sympathetic for them with the aircraft itself. Okay, yeah, it's a new platform. A lot of stuff is kind of locked down. Asobo was being slow to kind of update things and bring the developers on board and launch the development features that the third-party developers needed. Yeah, so I think a lot of people felt pity for PMDG in the beginning. Maybe not pity's the right word, but empathy anyways, with how hard the development project was, coming off a totally different platform, moving into a new platform, trying to ram their existing systems and understanding of how the airplane should be programmed in there. The first couple of years, like everyone, they wanted the airplane, but they understood it was going to take a long time for that first airplane to get released, because PMDG doesn't want to release a product that only half works. They really want to make sure their product really works at the release date as best they can. It won't be perfectly bug-free. There will always be bugs, but they do their best to make a polished product. They do have a pretty intense, lengthy beta period for all their products to make sure things do work out properly. So I think that's probably why people. But for the amount of length of time that it took to get the airplane working, it's amazing it took the tablet almost as much time. But again, to go on the other side of the coin, though, we do get people who in this hobby that really get a sense of entitlement and really kind of take developers to task for even small things. And at the end of the day, in a capitalistic society, you vote with your dollar. If you don't like what somebody's doing, you don't give them any money. You don't give them the benefit of your dollar, and you take their dollar and you spend it elsewhere. I hear, and most people are pretty respectful, but you read some comments here, and it's like, you get people who are, you know, who are demanding that developers do certain things. You know, you know, don't work on a Fenix, don't work on a 320 because that's already been developed by fly-by-wire. Work on the 330 instead. You must work on the 330, or you know, you get people making almost demands of developers, and it's almost sad to watch this because you're going to drive your developers away. Like, you want to treat your developers with a lot of respect. So I'm going to call the center tanks empty at this point. So we'll go ahead and shut the center tank fuel pumps off since they closed on their own, anyways. You don't want to drive your developers away. You know, it's a small market. There's not a whole lot of money to be made out of this market. Developers have closed their doors over the years. Most of them usually it's for personal reasons because they're not making enough money out of the simulator or they don't have enough time to dedicate to the development process anymore. So we have seen some developers come and go over the years, and that's fine. You know, stuff happens. People come and go. But it's just a little bit sad to see the way some people treat developers. You know, like they're like you know, the developers are their servants. It's like, well, no, it's a capitalist society. Like, they go and they put a product out there. If you don't like it, don't buy it. If you think it's you know, over detailed or under detailed, the only thing I don't like about that, of course, is when developers are trying to sell their product as like a high-end product when it's not, and that does bug me for sure. And they're trying to make money usually they're trying to make money out of people who are not familiar with the hobby and haven't had a chance to see, you know, whose products are worthwhile and whose products are really a ripoff. You know, because anybody can slap a $75 or $80 price tag on an airplane. Is it worth it though? You have to probably have some time in the business and or read some reviews to really sense whether or not you're getting good value from your money before you buy a product. Some developers, you know, you're getting good value from your money. PMDG, they do charge a lot, but you know you're going to get a good product for that. You know you're going to get an airplane. You're probably going to fly a lot. It's not going to be a broken airplane that doesn't work. Things are going to work very well in that airplane. You know, Fenix was a bit of a, I won't say a crapshoot, but it was a little bit of an unknown when they launched their 320. So they had to kind of really rely on you know, their preview videos, you know, streamers trying it out, you know, and showing off what it could do to mark the sales. And the other thing too is that they didn't charge a hefty price for it. It was actually not a terrible price for what is a very good model. But, you know, when you get a new developer, it's hard to charge a high price, even if you think you're going to sell a good product, because people don't know. You do have to establish a bit of a reputation. I think of even flight sim studios with their Embraer. You know, is their Embraer worth it? Well, it's not worth it yet. Will it be in the long run? Possibly, but we don't know. So it's a bit of a gamble if you're going to spend some money on that. If money's tight in your life, then don't spend money on things that might not be worthwhile. If maybe you have a little bit more disposable income than most. Maybe you can afford to lose that $30 on an airplane that really doesn't fly that well. Okay, or $50 or $60 on an airplane that doesn't really fly that well. Great. But yeah, it's not an easy hobby to break into. I mean, anyone can develop an airplane, but whether or not you can actually make money selling it, you really have to work hard on it. And you can ask any of these developers; they'll tell you it's not an easy process. There's usually a steep learning curve. There's usually quite a lot of stumbling blocks and obstacles along the way. It's not an easy thing for these developers to get out there and do and make their products. So I think we need to be supportive of them. You know, call them out on things respectfully when things don't go well. The other thing is, like, when you'll see some people, like, they just, like, small problems, issues, and people just annihilate a developer. And it's like, give them a chance to respond and fix it and see how they respond, because I think the most telling way to deal with a company is to see how they respond when things are not going well. It's one thing if you make a good quality product to begin with, but how do you handle your customer when the product is not working as intended? And that, I think, is probably the biggest telltale between a good company and a bad company in this world, is how do they deal with when things go sideways? Do they just abandon you? Do they just say, oh, read the forums, you know, helps online, you know, ask the other users? Do they answer their emails? Do they respond on their Discord or whatever platform you try to interact with them and they choose to interact with you on? Or do they just ignore you? And this goes for flight sim products. This goes for any product out there that you buy. You know, you go buy a vacuum cleaner at the store, and it breaks after 8 months. You know, how well does the manufacturer take care of you? You know, you look at a company like Amazon, which really, I think it's gone downhill. It used to have good customer service. It used to be, you know, if something broke, if something arrived and it wasn't the way it was supposed to be, or it was broke when it arrived, they'd accept the return, no problem, things like that. Now they'll do anything to get out of a return, and it speaks volumes to, I think, Amazon does not care one iota about any of their customers anymore. They've just gotten so big that individual customers just don't matter. But the trouble is, like, their entire customer base is made up of individuals. If you treat all of the customers in your customer base like that, eventually you're not going to have a customer base. Yeah, Amazon's one where they used to have really good customer service, and it's just gone absolutely downhill. There's a lot of companies like that, though, too. And that's the thing, is like, it's all great when you're selling the product up front and everything, but what's the follow-up? If something goes wrong with your product after I've bought it, how good is your customer service at getting stuff done? Another great case in point that, you know, another place I'll probably never shop at again is Eddie Bauer, because their customer service was absolutely horrendous. When I ordered a product off their website and the order failed twice, I tried to complete it, and both times it said failed. And then so I ended up I was trying to order 2 items together, and then so what I ended up doing was ordering the 2 items separately, and for some reason it worked when I ordered the 2 items separately. Then they sent me 6 items instead of just 2, because then they put through the orders eventually anyways. And then when I tried to call them and tell them exactly what they'd done, because they screwed up, their website said the order did not go through, and then they put the order through anyways and tried to charge me for it. And then they're like, well, we're going to charge you a restocking fee. And I was like, excuse me? You guys screwed up. I shouldn't even have to do anything. The fact that I've had to call 4 times to try and get this whole thing sorted out, and I did. I had to call like 4 times to get it sorted out. They're like, oh yeah, we'll send you a return label and everything, and then they never did. And it took so many times to sort this out, to sort out their mistake. It wasn't even like anything I did, other than I just tried to order, and they said the order failed, and then they put it through anyways. It just blew my mind that then they were going to give me grief about it and say, well, we have to charge you a restocking fee. And it's like, no. And I gotta say, like, I do like one thing in the U.S. There's a great piece of legislation in the U.S. If a company sends you something you did not order, you are not obligated to pay for it, and you can keep that product, which is a fantastic. I just think it's a fantastic policy, because it really puts the onus on the companies to make sure that they're acting responsibly, doing things correctly, and not trying to scam people, which is basically almost what it felt like Eddie Bauer was trying to do to me. And I don't think it was intentional, but it certainly felt like a scam when they're like, oh, we're going to charge you a restocking fee for the things that we shipped to you that we weren't supposed to. That really kind of ticked me off. And then it took like 4 phone calls to sort the whole thing out, and I was like, you've got to figure this out. Anywho, it got done in the end, but it was so much work, so much hassle to fix their mistake. And that's the other thing too, is it's not even anything I did. They made a huge mistake, and I had to call them out on it. I should, you know, in the US, if that had happened, I could have just kept all those items as well, because I didn't order it, demanded a refund, and kept the items anyways. And just, not that I think that's necessarily an ethical thing to do, but it puts the onus on the company to do things correctly rather than putting the onus on me. I am the one who has to call back, wait on hold, talk to somebody 4 different times for you to sort out your mistake, not my mistake. And I hate that when I'm on the hook, the company makes a mistake, and I'm on the hook trying to get them on the phone for hours and hours. Just really bugs me. All right, what did we just pass? We just passed Dryer there, DJB. Yeah, we just passed over Dryer at 1536 with 11.6. 1536 with 11.6. Dryer. Right on time still. Well, this SimBrief, the accuracy is phenomenal. 1536 by 11.6. All right, so we're looking good. We're right on time here. 11.6. Lots of fuel still in the tanks. Not a problem. Other stuff we can talk about today. Yeah, I'm still looking forward to, and I keep thinking about this almost every time. And I end up booting this up, as I'm so looking forward to Fenix's 319 and 321 package. So looking forward to it. And that actually, I was going to talk about that earlier, but that's kind of where the other half of my YouTube payout's probably going to go. It's going to be to pay for those 2, because I can't remember what they said, but I think they said it's going to be about another 50 euros for this add-on, I believe. Let's see here. Trying to remember. Come on. Come on. Trying to search for this, and it's just, now it's not coming up, of course. So the 321 and the 319 expansion package will be priced at £40. So, yeah, a little bit more money than I think I have set aside from that, left over from that payout. But if most of it is covered, then I just throw and toss a little bit of money myself. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, but that I'm so looking forward to that. The 321 especially, I think, is the ultimate. The ultimate, end game of the 320 family. I think it really is the pinnacle. The pinnacle, I think, is probably the best word. Pinnacle of the 320 family. It's a long hauler. She does not get anywhere fast. She does not get to altitude fast with the CFM 56.5 Bravo engine. So you basically have the same engines you have on this 320 strapped onto an airplane that weighs like 30% more. So it's pretty much a given. It's not going to be a high performer. You're going to be talking about slow climbs. You're going to be talking about slow climbs, low cruise altitudes. But she just flies very nicely. She rotates nicely. She kind of gets off the ground just nice and easy. The landings on it are almost always just nice and easy. She's just a big beast. She doesn't get moved sideways very easily, and that's kind of an advantage, really, at the end of the day. This is a very dirty 320, isn't it? A little bit of dirt dripping off all those windows there. Cargo door grease. This guy really kind of went to town on the weathering effects on this one here. This is definitely a very dirty looking 320 here. Kind of like it though. It's much more realistic. None of these airplanes look very good after 6 months or a year in the field, let alone 10 or 20 years in the field. They all look like junk. They don't look like junk, but just like panels don't fit properly, mismatched screws, because even the screws will get painted, but then they'll pull the screws out in the back in the wrong order. You'll have like a blue screw up here and a white screw down there, things like that. But yeah, grease everywhere and dirt, mud, dents from who knows what, especially from ground handling, dents near the cargo doors, but also dents from potentially bird strikes or hail or whatever else the airplane hits while it's running. Just constantly just wearing away at this airplane. So it's nice to see some dirt on there. That makes it look a little bit more like this airplane's been around the block. It's not fresh out of the factory, because very few of them are. They're all, they're all pretty old, beaten up airplanes. So you get in the airline business, you're just putting miles on these things, miles and miles, hours and hours, tons and tons of performance, tons and tons of things, wear and tear on these airplanes. It's nice to see a worn out airplane. The flight deck in here, actually, this one looks pretty crisp and new. There's not a whole lot of wear marks on this flight deck, really, at the end of the day. And again, like I said, that's not really the case. And different things wear at different rates, but things that get worn a lot, the altitude knob tends to get worn out really quick. Not so much the heading knob, the right around the autopilot buttons, because you press that a lot. The range knobs, the radio knobs tend to get worn out a lot. APU switches, battery switches, they tend to get worn out. They tend to get a lot of wear marks, paint rubbed off around them. The inside full flight decks, nobody cares what the flight decks look like on the inside. The airlines do not care one speck what the flight decks look like. If they're worn out, so be it, as long as they function. It's another thing in the back where the passengers are sitting, and they'll try to kind of keep them in relatively good shape. But things get worn out up front. If it's not broken to the point where it doesn't work, they just keep on trucking with it. Let's see, what else can we talk about here? There's been a lot of kind of stuff coming coming up. So, yeah, we talked about the Fenix and the PMDG, FS Elite. What else was I going to talk about? Yeah. There was another incident that we could talk about as well, which kind of was a little bit shocking, a little bit disappointing, a little bit frustrating. Probably some of you guys have read about this. I think it was a Horizon Airlines aircraft. I think it was under Alaska Airlines colors, but so usually they don't tend to differentiate between the regional feeders and the mainline aircraft. But there was a situation that happened, and I think it was late last week, or maybe it was even this week, where where there was a jump seating pilot. So there was you had the two crew up front. There was a pilot sitting in the jump seat. It was a pilot for the airline. I'm not sure if it was for Horizon or for Alaska, but apparently during flight, this pilot who was riding in the jump seat apparently attempted to trigger the engine fire switches. And I'm not even sure if it was in an Airbus, if it was in a Embraer, but apparently the jump seating pilot tried to shut the engines down using the fire buttons in flight, which in some aircraft is an irreversible move. You can't, once you've pulled those shutdown switches, you can't. Some airplanes, it's an irreversible move. You can't push them back in and start the engine again in flight. So it basically is it's an irreversible step to take. And this guy was a fully credentialed pilot for the airline, sitting in the flight deck, and just what a first of all, what a horrible situation to put these guys into. And thank God that, like, if you've got two guys up here, you're paying, you got two guys up front, they're both paying attention. Like, if he starts reaching for anything, you're gonna at least watch what he's doing. If anybody on the flight deck reaches for anything, if you're sitting here as a line captain and the first officer starts reaching around to do something, you're going to kind of just watch what he does, just to make sure that you know what he's doing. You're aware of what's going on. So if somebody behind you starts reaching forward, reaching for this switch up here, you're going to kind of be aware something's going on. He may try to do it during a point where you're distracted, but you're going to notice it up here. Anyways, so fortunately, the pilots that were in the flight deck, they saw what he was trying to do, and they managed to restrain him, prevent him, obstruct him somehow. I don't know exactly all the details, but they managed to prevent him from carrying out his intended action. So my first thought, of course, was thank goodness that they managed to stop him, and that didn't turn into a serious accident. But my second thought is then this could have some potential implications. Because it's been a while since we basically banned everybody who's not credentialed flight crew from the flight deck. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. It's only recently that we've begun to open the door, crack the door open to other people. So, flight deck access, obviously, it's a huge security issue. So the number of people who are allowed on the flight deck, it's very restricted. We've recently begun to see a trend where we're starting to loosen those restrictions a little bit, and it's not a big loosening. It's a very small loosening, but what we're seeing is we're seeing more cases where pilots, perhaps from other airlines. So, I work for JetBlue, but maybe I get a Delta pilot who wants to fly with us from LaGuardia to Denver, and there's no seats left in the cabin. He's able to hop in the jump seat and actually sit in the jump seat, even though he doesn't work for this airline. If he has his license, he has his pass, his security pass, whatever, with him. He's able to confirm his identity. He's able to list and actually sit in the jump seat if there's no other seats in the flight deck. So this is something we're starting to see now. Is that in the past we've had reciprocal jump seat agreements wherein pilots from other airlines, they can sit and they can ride on this JetBlue airplane. But if he's a Delta pilot, he's got to go. He's got to be in the back somewhere. He's got to be sitting back there in one of those seats. I love doing that. The very idea of getting him up here into the jump seat is. Make this. I can do that. I can't make the seat fold out at all. No. Okay. Anywho, but it was only recently that I think that even that we started to allow pilots from other airlines. So it's one thing if you're on your own airline, you've been hired, you've been vetted by this company, you've probably had a security background check. You had a security background check just to get your pass, but you've also had a separate criminal background check probably done by the company. So the companies have a lot of faith in their own internal processes to weed out bad actors and make sure that everyone who gets in the flight deck has a legitimate need and or at least has a appropriate security clearance background to be in the flight deck. But we started to loosen those restrictions a little bit. So we started to allow pilots from other airlines into the flight decks, and there's talk about even perhaps allowing family members, immediate family members of the operating crew into the flight deck. And it's one of those cases where it's the backup. So if for me looking at that, it's not that you necessarily want to travel that way, but it's one of those cases where if you want to go on a layover, and I'm not sure if there's going to be empty seats in the back. The flight is pretty close to being sold out, where the flight before got canceled and a whole bunch of people got moved over, and you're trying to fly standby with your spouse or your kids just so they can come with you on your 35-hour layover in Denver or whatever. At least if all the seats in the back get filled up, they get a chance to sit in this jump seat. There is a possibility they can sit in the jump seat and fly home like that. So as a backup plan, that's kind of a nice thing. But now I wonder, are we going to be able to do that again now that we've kind of had this big security incident kind of come up here? Is that going to set us back a little bit to the point where we're not going to be able to potentially look at loosening those restrictions a little bit more? And it's not talking about like general family, like hey, grandparents and aunts and uncles, and you're talking immediate family. I think the limitation is going to be spouses, children, maybe grandparents, and that would be it. We were kind of taking baby steps towards that, loosening those restrictions. Now I don't know if we're going to make it. This incident may set us back a little bit here again, and even other airline pilots on the flight deck. This jump seat has become extremely well used lately. I had a flight the other day where we had an Airbus that had the double jump seat, and not every Airbus has the double jump seat. A lot of them only have the single sliding jump seat. A lot of them don't have the second jump seat, but you get a few of them that do. We had a flight the other day where every seat in the cab was sold out. We had 2 jump seaters in the flight deck. We had one guy sitting in the center jump seat, one guy sitting in the side jump seat here. We had 3 flight attendants jump seating. So in the cabin, there's enough flight attendant jump seats for 6 crew members in some of our airplanes, where we only need to have 3 crew members on board. So that's 3 additional seats that if you can get a flight attendant or pilot in there, and we literally filled all those seats. So we had 5 jump seating crew members on board that day, in addition to our crew of 5, in addition to our 140 something passengers. Like, we had every seat in the airplane full, and yeah, the 320 flight deck is big enough. At least you can get 2 jump seaters in there, but this is becoming an indispensable tool for commuters, for people trying to get to and from work. Like, the flights are so full all the time now that it's a necessity. If you were to take that privilege away, guys couldn't get to work. Guys and girls wouldn't be able to get to work in some cases because there's no seats left in the back. They'd like to sit in the back. They'd much rather sit in the back than in the front. The seats are more comfortable. You can watch a movie or whatever. Up here you're kind of restricted. It's not so bad on a short flight, but on a long 3 or 4 hour flight, you don't want to be sitting up here if you can avoid it for the whole day. But you do what you got to do to get to work, and with the number of people commuting and who can't afford to live near the big hubs, it's becoming more and more of an issue. So I certainly hope that this does not cause a rethink of the flight deck access certainly for credentialed crew members, because it's become an essential means of commuting for so many people now. It's very unfortunate that it's very unfortunate what happened, and it could have ramifications, across the industry again. That being said, something similar did happen a while ago on the FedEx aircraft with the jump seating crew member who attacked the flying crew and tried to commandeer and crash the airplane to make a life insurance claim to support his family, and you have to feel some empathy for people who kind of feel like they're caught in a hole and painted into a corner like that. I definitely do, but that didn't change the industry. That happened on a cargo airplane though too, and people tend to look I hate to say this, but the regulators tend to look away a little bit when cargo airlines are involved. Oh, there were no passengers. It's not going to cause a big splash on the front page. And they tend to make exceptions for cargo airlines and look the other way when things happen in cargo airlines because, oh, it's just cargo. The crew members are dispensable, and they tend to look down. And really, I don't think that should be the case. I think the cargo airlines should be treated exactly the same as the passenger airlines. Like that airplane. It's a huge, incredible flying missile. Even if there's no passengers on board, if something goes wrong on a cargo airline, you can still be a hazard to people on the ground. You're still a hazard to the crew members. So, like, the fact that the duty regulations are looser for cargo airlines in the U.S. than they are for passenger airlines, to me, is ridiculous. I get that they operate at different times and they have different flight models, but they're still the same human beings. They're still the same human beings flying those airplanes that are susceptible to the same circadian rhythms that the pilots flying passenger airlines are. How is it okay for them to fly longer days or later nights than the guys flying passenger airlines, the guys and girls flying passenger airlines? They're flying through the same airspace to the same airports in the same airplane. Yes, they're not carrying passengers. Yes, they're carrying cargo, but they could still hurt people just as badly with their airplane, regardless. So how, they're not different human beings. They're not exceptional human beings. They're the same pilots as every other airline. So why are they exempted? That sort of carve out for the cargo airlines and the duty regs really kind of blew my mind when I read about it. I'm like, how does this make sense? How are they not have to operate safely? Hayden UK, good afternoon. Welcome aboard. Didn't even see you there, but welcome to the stream. Thank you for listening to my rants, because that's what I do. I get in an airplane and I just start ranting about the industry. There's lots of things that are moving in a positive direction in this industry, but there are still things where they're dragging their heels, and then you get like these crazy, to me at least, crazy people out of left field, and the president of the Air Transport Association of Canada. So basically, the trade group that represents most of the airlines in Canada wrote a letter to the Canadian Minister of Transport and said we need to roll back the duty rules because we can't hire enough pilots to meet the demand. And I was like, pardon? You actually put that in writing and you said that was reasonable? How did you think that was reasonable course of action? Oh, well, we can't hire enough people to fly the airplanes, so let's just make everyone fly more tired. That'll still be safe, right? It took 20 years of fighting to get these duty rules finally put in place where we actually have duty day limits that vary based on the start time. So if you start at a time that your duty period is going to be right through the backside of the clock, your duty period is going to be shorter. If you're getting up super early, like if your start time is at like 6 a.m., which means you probably are getting up at 3 or 4 a.m., your duty day is going to be a little bit shorter. And when I say a little bit shorter, I mean like an hour shorter. At 11 hours instead of 12 or 13. Like, it's not like it's substantially shorter. I think the shortest day might be 9 hours with a 2-person crew, but and that's a pretty short day. I will acknowledge that's a pretty short duty day as far as airline standards are concerned, but like most of the duty days, you're talking 11, 12, 13 hours. Like the difference is pretty minimal from one time frame to the next, but at least we got these kind of sliding time frames. Like, if you get up at absolutely the wrong time, way in the middle of the morning, if you're getting up at like 2 in the morning to come into work, we're going to limit you to like a 9-hour duty day. And now they're talking about rolling, and there's only one person. This guy's really the only guy that's talking about it, but the president of ATAC actually sent a letter to the Minister of Transport and said we need to consider rolling back these regulations because we can't hire enough pilots. It's like, first of all, just because you don't have enough pilots doesn't make these guys that you have hired any safer if they're tired. So, the two, to me, are completely unrelated. There is a relationship in the sense that airlines have had to hire more people to cover the flights that they're doing because of these new duty time regulations, but the fact is that these are long overdue and they're a basic reflection of how human beings actually operate. We are not machines. We can't operate for 14 hours a day regardless of the start time period. And that was the regulation before. No matter what time of day you started, you could show up to work at 2:45 in the morning. Guess what? You're good to go for a 14-hour day now. Did you get up at midnight? Fantastic. 14-hour day it is. And it wasn't that it was necessarily happening all the time, but that was the legal allowable limit. It was you could show up any time of day and be good for 14 hours. Like, there's no yeah, the 14 hours, first of all, was a little bit over the top to begin with. But then, yeah, if you're showing up at 1:45 in the morning at the airport, like, when did you sleep? How did you sleep? How well did you sleep? Like, it just blows my mind that then they want to go and roll that back. It's like the two are completely independent. Yes, okay, this is having an impact, and yes, it is requiring more pilots to fly the same schedules because they can't quite fly as long as they used to. But that's a safety issue. These are safety issues. We shouldn't even be contemplating this. The real true root cause of the pilot shortage is the airline deregulation that happened at the end of the 1970s into the 1980s. Airline deregulation is the source of the pilot shortage. It's taken almost 40 years for it to percolate through the system because back then, being an airline pilot was a great career because their salary was pretty high because they were trying to attract the best talent because they wanted to have a good reputation because they could only charge so much for their tickets. The ticket prices were fixed, so airlines differentiated not on ticket price but on reputation, on service. So they used to hire they used to pay a lot. They used to hire the best people. It used to be a very good career. You'd work your way up. It would take a little while to work your way up, but it was a very lucrative career. And then as throughout the process of deregulation, the airlines slowly discovered more and more what they could do and what they could get away with in terms of, well, we can make our pilots work harder. We can give them longer days. We can hire less of them. We can start squeezing their salaries every year. Oh, the airline's not doing so well. And for years, like, the airlines were losing money every year. When airlines make money, it's usually a sliver of money. And when they lose money, it's catastrophic amounts of money. It's such a capital-intensive business, and it's such a discretionary business, too. So as soon as a recession hits, everything kind of goes sideways. So it's taken a long time for that to kind of percolate through the system, and the changes were not overnight. It's been slow, steady pressure downwards for years and years of just making the layovers shorter, making the whole industry less attractive to work in, until finally it just, like, you couldn't find people anymore. And even 15 years ago, U.S. regional carriers were paying people like 15 grand, maybe 20 grand a year to start. That was your annual salary. It was 15 or 20 grand. You got to show up at this time at this major hub in a big city, and be well rested for it too. And just like the starting salary was so ridiculously low. It's like, it's amazing anyone ever got started in this industry. You got to take out $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 loan to get through flight school to get to this point where you might get this first job and start out in these regional airlines. And it took a long time. But the word slowly spread. Less and less people became interested in it as a career, and it's taken a long time because there's a large number of people who were already vested in this career, that were already in the airlines, that were making a decent salary and were not going to leave. They're just going to follow it through to the end. But as the retirements have really the boomer retirements really kind of peaked, the younger generation is just not as interested in it as they used to be, and so it's been a slow but steady push downwards. Which really accelerated about 5 to 10 years ago as the retirements really suddenly started to pick up. And we've heard about. It's funny because, like, when I started flying, we heard about the pilot shortage is coming. You guys are in a great place. You'll have great careers. I heard about the pilot shortage when I started 20 years ago, and for the first 10 years of my career, anyways, I kept on looking around saying, where's the pilot shortage you guys are talking about? Because I can't even get a job as a flight instructor, let alone getting into an airline. It took a long time back then. Now it's like the ink dries on your license and you can go apply to a major airline, or at least a regional airline nowadays. And it took me 12 years to get to a regional airline. Now people are getting into a regional airline in 12 months. But again, it's because the supply was slowly drying up over time. The retirement boom really kind of accelerated, and it's not an attractive career. There's so many different ways you can make, a six-figure salary nowadays. The airline career has just not kept up. The salaries have not kept up with inflation. The life on the road is not as glamorous as it used to be. The layovers are shorter. You're oftentimes stuck at lousy hotels near the airport. And there are some good layovers here and there, but oftentimes the layovers are just long enough. Here's 12 or 14 hours. It's like you're not going to go out and do anything in 12 or 14 hours. You're gonna try and get some rest, try and get a couple of meals in there, maybe watch some TV, and then head to bed and get up in the morning and do it all again. So the word got out. It wasn't sudden. It wasn't sudden, but the word got out that it's not a great career. It's a hard career. It's a grueling career. It's not good on families. A lot of pilots end up divorced. because people are not aware of what they're getting into. Oftentimes, you know, the spouse is not aware of what they're getting into when they get into the career. And if they're not aware of that, then it can be very shocking. It's a lot of pressure on a family. I'm very fortunate that I have a family that supports me, supports this career, and I do. And that's not that I expect them to selfishly support me, but they understand. You know, the career, it is what it is. I do like what I do. I want to keep doing it. I don't want to be away from home for extended periods of time, but it is part of the demands of the job. So you do what you can to work around it. I do my best to try and schedule my time to be home as much as possible, especially at the times when I need to be home. And sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't. You deal with it. But I'm lucky to have supportive family like that. But you've got to know coming in. You've got to be open. If you're gonna marry into a flying family, you've got to understand the way the career works and the way the time away from home works, and you've got to have certainly an element of trust too. Like, you know, there's that you know, there's a stereotype of people screwing around on the road a lot, and there are probably a few people that do, but the vast majority of people do not. They're very, you know, I don't know why you get this reputation, this stereotype that, oh, you know, you get all these pilots hanging out with all these flight attendants and stuff's going to happen. It's like, well, we can go out, we can have dinner, we can have a drink, we can have a good time, and nothing has to happen at the end of that. But for some reason, yeah, people seem to think that it happens all the time, when it really, you know, it's not the case at all. I can think of a handful of people that I do know that have gone down that road, but it's a very small number out of probably thousands of pilots I've met. You know, no more so probably than any other particular career path. Anywho, I feel like I got off on a tangent there. Anyway, yeah, so for a long time, it was the airlines are the source of their own misery when it comes to this pilot hiring issue. And I think the U.S. airlines have proved that if you start to put your money back where your mouth is, you will attract people into it. The fact that the regionals have had to raise their salaries as much as they have and put these huge signing bonuses, it's gotten people interested in flight school. Hey, that's a viable career. I can definitely go and do that. Dedicate a couple of years to flight school. Go work as a cadet. You know, get in with this company and have a decent career, and I can make a decent living. But the downward pressure was there for so long, and the, you know, the end goal seems so far out there that it was hard to believe you're ever going to make it as a pilot. I assume we're going to be below -40 here. Actually, we're not. Oh shoot! I should have the anti-ice on. I assumed we were at -40, but because we're at 30, and it's only -36, yeah, definitely need the anti-ice on there. Yeah, so now we're at a place in the industry where yes, there's a pilot shortage, and the number one culprit for the pilot shortage is the airlines themselves. They've done it to themselves through squeezing all their working groups to try and squeeze some profitability out of the company. And I get it, it's a business, it's got to be profitable, but your employees are an asset, they're not a liability. And I wish that more CEOs would realize that, especially airline CEOs. Your pilots are highly skilled group, and you can't replace them quickly. And even if you can replace them with inexperienced pilots, the experience is huge in an airline. Knowing the route structure, knowing the airports you're going to, knowing the aircraft you're dealing with, and the ATC system, experience is huge in an airline. You don't want to be just hiring a whole bunch of new people who have no experience flying airlines and try and get them out there dealing with the day-to-day hassles of maintenance and customer service and everything else along the way, medical emergency. There's so much that can go on in a flight. You don't want to have two inexperienced guys in the flight deck who's like, I don't know what to do now. You want to dwell on that experience, but airlines have ground out that experience, and they've ground the career down until it just barely pays enough to get by sometimes. And people are having a hard time, you know, making ends meet. And you're sitting there looking ahead, and you're like, you know, when is it going to get better? And for a long time, it didn't look like it was going to get better, so people just stopped getting into the business. And now there's this huge shortage, this huge gap in experience. You've got all these old guys with lots of experience that are starting to retire, and you've got a few people kind of coming up the middle that have got some moderate amounts of experience and are going to replace them and are probably going to be okay. But then you've got a ton of people that are almost brand new in the business, and they're getting attracted to the business, but they're getting into airline flying before they get any kind of real experience. And then before you know it, they're left seat in 2 years, and now you've got a guy with a couple thousand hours who's left seat. He hasn't seen all that much sideways stuff in a couple of years. And it's starting to get scary at the lack of experience coming in. And it's not that the guys sitting in the right seat have to be experienced, but you want them to have some level of experience so they can be, you know, an add-on, an asset to the crew, and be able to forward some good ideas and have a little bit of assertiveness and a little bit of understanding of what's going on. But it's really coming to a head with some of the regional airlines that just have all these guys in the right seat that just don't have the experience, and they can't become a captain. So you've got all these vacancies in the captain seat because you don't have people who are qualified and experienced enough to be able to get into the captain seat. And that's where the real problem's coming, is there's this huge experience gap, and it's not getting any better. But the solution is not to roll back the duty regulations and make people fly tired again. The solution is to incentivize people to come into the career. Unfortunately, the trouble with this is that this solution is now going to be 10 to 15 years too late, because you've got this huge experience gap, and it's not going to be healed up overnight by extra training. You need people who have just been in the business for a long time, and you've made it so unattractive for so long and made people jump through so many hoops to get into an airline position that so many people just gave up on it a long time ago. And now we're at this point where there's this gap, and it's growing quickly between the people who have some experience in the business and the people who are coming in with very little experience, and we're not able to fill the airplanes with enough people who have experience in the left seat. And it's okay to be inexperienced in the right seat, and some people will get through it eventually. But it's gonna take some time, to say the least. But my bottom line was that the solution is not rolling back the duty regulations, for sure. That is not the solution to this problem at all. Alright, I believe we passed Newell now a few minutes ago. Let's just check the prog page here. Alright, so prog page says optimal will be 35. We're good up to 36. We could definitely do a step climb to 32, no problem. Let's just have a look at the wind page as well here. So winds. Let's see here. So let's have a look at the cruise wind here. And at 28, 254, 67 at 260. See, and this is the thing, it's like going up to 32, like we're gonna track more of a headwind. I don't know if it's really worth it. We're not gonna get much faster true airspeed than 480 knots. Yeah, this is the debate now. Is it worth going up? Can I send for another wind request? I'm just curious. If I send for another wind request, is it going to be more accurate, more up to date, or is it still going to have the same winds as before? Alright, so let's... no, actually, no, I want the wind barbs. I want to take off the visibility. I don't need visibility. It was fun to look at, but I really don't need it. But I really want to see jet streams. I really want to kind of see. So 32 versus 30. Where are we right now? We're somewhere right about here. We're just coming up on Hobart here. See, I feel like we're going to add like a lot more wind speed. We're going to add another 15 knots if we go up to 32 here. So we're at about 70 knots now. And it's going to go up to 80 to 85 knots. I feel like if we go up, we're just going to add more speed. I don't think it's worth going up. We're going to add more headwind. I'm going to like to stay at 32. Oh, look at that. And the uplink says the winds are even stronger now than they were. Oh, actually, no, that's 74. That's, yeah, 730. Insert that uplink anyways. Init, wind, inserted the descent and the cruise winds. Yeah, see, 57 and 74. And then if we go up to 35, it goes up to 90. I'm going to stay down here, I think. If anything, lower is definitely going to keep us a little bit less wind. So we're going to disregard the step climb for today. I think we got lots of fuel. Let's just have a quick look. But we are showing almost an hour's worth of extra fuel at Denver. So I'm not too worried about the fuel. So yeah, we'll stick with the altitude we're at, I think. All right. Here's another fun thing. And I just saw this the other day. So I had a little layover in Detroit, and for those of you that don't know, Detroit has a little people mover there. It's a little elevated transit line that kind of links various sites in the downtown area. So 75 cents I think is a fare to get on it. It's you know, relatively inexpensive, and it's a very short term. It's a circle route around the downtown through some various buildings. It links some hotels, convention center, casinos, things like that together. So I was kind of looking at it. I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll take a little ride on it. I didn't end up taking the ride on it, but I was looking at it, so I thought maybe I'll take a little ride on it. And then I saw this, and I shook my head when I saw this one thing on their website. And their website's not very good. I kept on running into this. It's very slow to load. But yeah, so you can see it's got just like this little short thing around just the downtown area, just sort of like some of the downtown sites together. But I read this. I don't need notifications, thank you. I don't know why you're sending me notifications. And I just thought, you know, what year is this? Is it 1962 or is it 2023? Because I saw this and I just thought, what's going on here? Come on, just do it. Just load it. Oh my god. And I had this problem with it too. Their website was very slow to load before. This was actually the page I was looking for. Come on. Come on. Load for me, please. Please. Come on. Oh my god. This is my problem, was that it was, first of all, this is one of the problems, it's super slow to load. I don't know why this website is so slow to load, but it's a terrible website. Come on. I want to show the people something, and you're completely, yeah, okay. Anyways, I'll leave that on the other screen for it to try and load for a minute. Just wanted to show you guys something. Just get your opinion on it, because I just read this one thing and it's just like, what the heck is going on with this thing? Alright, so we're back in the clear. The anti-ice is off. It looks like, so we're past Chicago, so we're past basically where that rain showers that I was looking at on the radar before were. So they were right over here. Again, if I can pull this back up, I really should just do this on like a full screen here, but yeah, there we go. That's nicer. So yeah, so this was kind of the first patch of weather that we're going to pass is right here. And you can see even as we've gone here, it's dissipated even more. So we were in the clear, it's fine. There's another big patch over here. I'm not too worried about that because I think we're going to remain north of it based on our current trajectory, but that was the other part that we were kind of watching for. So as we get towards Des Moines and west of Des Moines, we have to just make sure that everything's safe there. Any ATC online, Atlanta Center, Fort Worth Center, nope, nothing yet. But yeah, so we're just right about here, I think. We're just passing, yeah, we're right over Joliet right now. So we've kind of passed that first band of weather that I was worried about. And as you can see, it was all mostly below us. There's a little bit of high level cloud, but nothing too crazy there. All right, yeah, website finally loaded. So, nope, this is not the page I was looking for. Where's the page I was looking for? I really want to show you guys because I really want you to just like see it and just like, you know, like me, like just like, that does not seem right. Maybe it was this page. It'll take another 5 minutes to load that because it's an effective website. Oh, come on, guys, honestly. And it's 2023, but I feel like this organization, whatever it is, they're not very with it here. All right, so we've counted out another hour here. So let's just do another fuel check here, make sure we haven't lost any fuel. So we've got total fuel in the tanks, 41 and 41, that's 48. So 96, 97, yeah, that adds up. And then 97 plus the 56 that we've used. It would take us up to about 15.3. 15.3, 15.4 is what we started with, so the fuel is all boarded and is still all accounted for. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about loading slowly but surely. There it goes. Maybe this was it. Was this what I was looking for? Yes, this is the page I was looking for. All right, so how to ride the Detroit People Mover. And, yeah, anyway, so I was just kind of looking at it because it's like, okay, pay 75 cents. I was just kind of looking through it to kind of understand how it worked. And I just got to the bottom. And this is the one that really kind of just, it blew me away. It really blew me away. And I'm just going to just zoom it up here so that you guys can read this as well. Hopefully this comes across. Special notes to families, let's stay together, blah, 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 blah. And then I read these these ones, you know, should you be separated from guard exit next station, communicate by phone, whatever. And then I read this last line. Moms, fold up the strollers as adults streaming out from the back of the vehicle may not notice your child right away. Moms. Not parents. Not moms and dads. Not parents. Just moms. And I just thought to myself, what year is this? It is not 1962. Men take their children out in public as well, sometimes without the aid of a mother. It just blew me away when I read this. I was like, what century are you living in? I kind of get what the message is trying to be there, and I'm not trying to be like ridiculously politically correct, but like the latent sexism still is so bad in the society sometimes, and that just popped out at me right away. It's just like, moms are not the only ones raising children in this world. It's not just a mom's duty to raise the kids and the dad just goes off to work all day and comes home. And yes, in our family we kind of had lived that a little bit, but my wife works as well. My kid's mother works as well as I do. We both work jobs. We both are sometimes home, sometimes not, and we both raise our children. I probably pushed my children around in the stroller as much as my wife did. Do the dads not have to fold up the strollers? Is it only the moms that have to worry about folding up strollers if they're there by themselves? I read that and it really grated on me as just so blatantly sexist and old-fashioned. And it's like, dads can take their kids out in public too. I read that. And it really just completely grated on me. I was like, what year are we living in? Moms fold up the strollers. Moms! Dads would never be caught dead with a stroller, I guess? Is that the idea of the people at the Detroit People Mover? Like, it just blew me away. I was like, who is writing this stuff? And then who's proofreading it? Like, it's nobody looking at this. Like, I get sometimes things sneak in there for once in a while, and that was just one of those ones I just looked at, and I'm like, how has nobody else seen this and said, that seems a little bit sexist to say the least, old-fashioned perhaps. It really blew me away. I read that, I was just like, this is the kind of stuff that's like, there's just still, and I'm trying not to do it. I will admit that I'm not a perfect person as well. I talk about pilots and I tend to say guys, because most of the pilots I run into are men, and there's plenty of women. I don't mean it in a sexist way, but it is a bit of a latently sexist term, and I try not to say guys. I try to say pilots or crew, or guys and gals. Yeah, probably. Hayden UK said probably with some feminist loon who doesn't think kids need dads. I feel like that's not probably where they were coming from. I feel like it was not that end of the spectrum. It was more I feel like it was more the. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's a social experiment to someone stuck it in there to see how long before somebody noticed it and complained about it. But it blew me away because it was just so casually in there with everything else. But I try not to do it as well. Like I am raising two girls in the society, and it has made me acutely aware of how biased society is against women still to this day, and so much of it is. So much of it is just latent under the surface. It's not overt. It used to be fairly overt, like the kind of advertising and the separation of the sexes and what was targeted at different genders, it used to be extremely overt, and so it's definitely gotten subtle, but a lot of it is still there. And I look at it like, I'm trying to teach my two daughters that that they can do whatever they want in the society, that they are supposed to be equal to all the boys in their class as well. And then you get things like that just pigeonhole people into gender roles. I just, there's still lots of stuff out there, and I try not to be biased. I'm not biased. I think women make great pilots when they do choose to do it. A lot of women choose not to do it because I think I think a lot of it comes down to it's a tough career. It is a very tough career, and certainly as a mother, trying to be away from your kids for long periods of time, it can be, especially for those first few years, can be very stressful. But I certainly don't think that I certainly don't feel that women don't have a place in the flight deck. I think that every woman, I won't say every woman that I've met has been an equal, because not every pilot is equal, but women make just as good a pilot as men. But it's funny how we still have some of these latent things, and I try not to say guys. I try to say I try to say crew. I try to say pilots. I try to say gentlemen, or I try to say ladies and gentlemen. See, I do it without even thinking, and I'm trying my best to kind of reverse those perhaps unconscious biases that I have, to try and make the world a better place that treats everyone equally. And it's not to say that that men and women are the same. They're not the same, but they should be afforded the same opportunities. Just because of your gender, you shouldn't be told you can or cannot do one particular thing. But to say that we don't have differences, I think, is foolish as well. And that's not what I'm trying to do. But I'm just trying to, make sure we create a society where people are treated equal, and more importantly, people are not made to feel bad just because they do something that is perhaps different from the mainstream. And it is still probably more common in North America for women to spend more time raising children than men. And I'm not trying to say that that's correct. I think that is still the case. But more than a generation or two ago, more than probably 2 generations ago, men are much more involved in raising their children than they probably were back in the 50s and 60s. And just the idea that it wouldn't be the father bringing their kid on the metro downtown for a day out or whatever, and having their kids with them in a stroller, I thought was tone deaf, to say the least. Anyways, I saw that, and I had to share that. I thought that was one of the strangest things I'd seen in a while. Maybe not strangest, but just I had to look at the calendar and check what year it was, because it definitely did not feel like 2023 reading that. All right, how are we doing here? Let's just do a little time check here. So, prediction is now to land at Denver at 18:15 Zulu. So that is a little over 2 hours from now. So, I'm thinking about taking a break shortly, but I don't think we're going to do it quite yet. But we will take a break probably in a little while. I'm kind of in the mood to try and make something happen, because it's kind of boring right now. Nothing much is happening at all right now. Yeah. Although, that being said, it is kind of just a lunchtime now. Yeah. I think what I might do is I might take my little lunch break right now. The other factor being the fact that my coffee cup is empty. That's always an important influence on when to have a lunch break. But I think I might take my little lunch break now, and then I think what we'll do when we come back is we'll try and trigger something. So we'll trigger a random emergency, see what happens, just to throw some interest into this long flight, because I've kind of talked about most of the topics I wanted to talk about. I feel like there was something else I want to talk about, and I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I can't remember what else I wanted to talk about. Yeah, so I think I might do that right now. I think I might take my little lunch break right now. We'll come back. We'll set up an emergency once we come back if something hasn't already happened. And then start dealing with our arrival to Denver, because we're about an hour and 50 minutes out of Denver now. So if I take like a 20-minute lunch break right now, that'll put us back to about an hour 30, which is good for kind of starting to set up for the arrival in Denver. I don't see any ATC online just yet, but you also never know when they're going to come online too, so probably a good time to take a break right now. So I think I'm going to do that, guys. I think I'm going to take my lunch break right now because it is still another hour and a half. If I don't stop talking soon, I'm going to lose my voice. Plus, it'll give me a good time to kind of just do a little bit of doom scrolling and see if there's anything else interesting to talk about these days, you know, for my target flight sim audience, because I feel like there were some other things that came up recently that I want to talk about, but I can't remember what they were now. So, anywho, yeah. So I think I'm gonna step away for about 15 minutes here, hopefully, and I will be back at it says 16:27. I will be back no later than 16:45 Zulu. And I used to have a screen that used to tell you when I was going to be back, but I don't think I have that anymore. So, yeah. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much for watching, and stick with me. Check back in with me in 15 minutes. We'll probably start with a little chat and then trigger some kind of a failure before we start getting set up for our arrival into Denver. See what we can see if anything interesting happens on the Fenix, because nothing much interesting ever seems to happen. The failures are all pretty benign, but anywho, yeah, stick with me, guys. We'll be back in a little bit, and cover your ears because it's going to get loud because I'm going to do the exterior view here, but we'll see you guys all in about 15 minutes. Thanks so much for watching. Alright, everybody, back with you. Captain Naps here on the flight deck once again, and it looks like we're getting into some cloud again here. Why is it not, there we go. Temperature minus 38, so it's still not below minus 40. If the SAT's below minus 40, you can leave the engine anti-ice off, but because it's not quite there yet, we gotta leave the engine anti-ice on. So we're kind of coming up to the northern end of that line. We're coming up to the Des Moines VOR there, DSM, and that is where... And BCG Terp, yo, hello, welcome to the channel, and Glockable, hello, welcome. Yeah, so this is where we were just at the north end of that line. So I'm sorry, guys, if you were tuned in there while I was not listening. I did step away for just a short little break to eat some lunch, use the facilities, and also refill my coffee cup. So now I'm ready to go for another hour and something here to Denver. So if you guys want to ask any questions about flying, about the 320 specifically, or anything in general, please ask. Otherwise, we're just going to keep on trucking here. I don't think we get weather on this tablet here. So there we are. We're coming up in Des Moines here. But as I said, we were looking at Des Moines. And we were looking at some weather here. So this is Des Moines right here. So we're just kind of coming up to the northern edge of this weather. So I'm not too worried about it. It looks like it's mostly staying south of our route for the time being. Unfortunately, it's mostly animating the wind barbs. So let's get the wind barbs and the jet stream off there. And then let's just animate the weather radar. So it is kind of drifting up towards our route here. That's Des Moines right there. But for the next 100 miles or so, we're going to keep an eye on it. But I think we are going to be mostly to the north. We're just kind of in the leading edge here. So there's some of this shelf cloud coming off the leading edge of those that weather there. But it's not too bad. It's pretty smooth still. Seatbelts are still off because it's been pretty smooth overall. I can't complain. Let's see here. So the one thing I want to talk about too, and because I can't believe I almost forgot about this, but it came up while I was having my break there, is that this weekend is Cross the Pond. For those of you that have not flown it before or are not aware of it, it is VATSIM's premier online flying event. You get about 1,000 pilots cross the Atlantic Ocean with wall-to-wall ATC from their departure point to their arrival point. This is the Eastbound. This is the Eastbound event for this year. So departing North America, crossing the Atlantic, landing in Europe. So starting at about 6 a.m. on Saturday morning, North American time, there's going to be departures out of all these North American airports, and you're going to have wall-to-wall ATC all the way to Europe. So it's been prearranged. All the ATC is going to be online. I'm super stoked. And then I got a little bit of frustrating news this morning. So I actually have to work on Saturday. However, I didn't have to work till later. So I was like, I can do at least a shift of controlling on Saturday morning, and then I'll have to take off and go to work. And then they canceled my flight and rebooked me on an earlier flight. I might have to find a way to watch from work. Yeah, so they canceled my flight, rebooked me on an earlier flight. So now I am barely going to have enough time to stream. It looks like I still will be able to. So I'm planning to stream Saturday morning. I'm going to probably start streaming. The event comes online in Toronto at about 6 in the morning, or at 6:30 in the morning. I'm going to start streaming at about 6. I'm going to kind of just preview the event a little bit, get going, get online just a little bit earlier to kind of carry through with the traffic. As a flight ops coordinator, I'm sorry. Most of the time, I just don't even bat an eyelid. But it's just because I specifically had something to do. I didn't know Cross the Pond Day was this Saturday when I originally bid for my schedule, or I would have bid for it off. So I didn't realize that, so I'm like, I have just enough time to kind of do like a 2-hour shift before I have to leave for work. Now it's going to cut it really tight. As soon as I get off stream, I'm going to have to I'm going to have to pretty much go get changed and get in the car and start driving to work as soon as I get off the stream, which really kind of ticks me off. Because I specifically sort of give myself enough time for this, and I said, I got enough time for at least, I'll be able to get ready for work afterwards. I'm going to have to literally get off stream, get dressed, and go to work, and hopefully not be late. And you know what, if I am a little bit late, I frankly don't care at this point, because they rearrange the stuff at the last second. It really kind of ticks me off more than a little bit, so I say that now. I care if I'm late to work, I really do. I'm not the kind of person that can just show up late, But it really bugs me when they change it like that and make it go earlier, as if I have nothing else to do in my life except come to work. All right, Des Moines, I'm looking at 16:51. It looks like we're falling way behind here on the time. Fuel 8.1. We are up on the fuel, but we're way behind on the time. The headwind, the thing was, we didn't go up. We were supposed to go up to 32. We were supposed to go up to 32. We didn't go up to 32 because I thought, if anything, the headwind would be stronger. We'd probably be going even slower, but I wonder if that's had an impact, because it's basically been since we didn't go up to 32 at Noel. Well, I haven't done a fuel check for a while here, not since Dryer. Oh shoot! I was chatting away and enjoying my chatting there. I don't even know where was that climb point. Naples, I think, was that climb point. So yeah, that seems to be where we've lost our time. So let's see here. Indicated ground speed. So 416. Yeah, Naples. See, if anything, we were supposed to lose speed when we went up. I think we still have. So 390 is kind of our estimated ground speed. Actually, we're doing better. So we're actually doing better than we were supposed to. I don't know why we're really losing time. Our ground speed is actually higher than was planned. You're too much of a stickler for the rules to not care. Your crew and passengers appreciate you. Yeah, I know, exactly. That is exactly true. Travis, you know me so well. I am too much of a stickler for the rule to not care. And that's exactly it. See, and I will move, heaven and earth to try and make it make it happen. So I will work to the end of my shift. I'll make it very clear that I have to leave at precisely 8:30 or as close to it as possible, because I will have everything packed and ready to go, and I will literally just get changed and go. It's just frustrating, because like I thought I had like enough time where I was like, okay, I can do it. I'll have an hour before I have to leave. Now I really have like about 15 minutes at most between the time my shift ends and the time I really have to be out the door. So and I don't want to disappoint, because I agreed to control, and I really want to control. It really bugs me that I'm missing out on part of Across the Pond this year. So, yeah, very frustrating. But anyways, regardless, always frustrating when you felt you had time to do it. Now you're going to feel right. Well, exactly. I'm going to feel rushed, and exactly, like the whole time Across the Pond's going, I'm going to be sitting there just looking at that clock. Because like, okay, how much longer do I have now? 30 minutes, 25 minutes, 22 minutes, 19 minutes, 17 minutes, and just the whole time I'd be like counting it down, yeah, I don't want that. That's the thing, is I didn't want that stress. I wanted that, like, okay, you have an hour, and all you really have to do is get changed, throw your stuff in the car, and go. So now, like the night before, I'm gonna have to make sure all my stuff's in the car, you know, and make sure my food is ready to go, like literally just throw my food in the bag, get changed, and go. And even then, it's going to be cutting it a little bit tight. It's going to be, it's just annoying. I thought I had an hour, and they canceled the flight, rebooked me on the earlier flight, and it's just, it's so frustrating. So, anyways, I will go, I will do what I have to do, but yeah, and now I'm going to be sitting there the whole stream watching the clock. It's going to stress me out. You're 100% right. I'm going to be stressed the whole time. Hopefully, if it's busy enough, I won't get stressed out. But the key is, I think the key is to set an alarm. And as silly as that is, but like if you set an alarm on your phone, then you can just, your phone is going to watch the clock for you, and you don't have to think about it. So I will set an alarm. I will make sure, I don't know who's taking over for me, but I'll make sure that whoever they are, they know, like they really have to be there like as close to the 8:30 point as possible. Do you eat on the ground on a stop or in the air? Most of the time we end up eating in the air. Especially on a long flight like this, where it's a 4-hour flight, you got time to do it. But you have to make arrangements. You have to have a plan. So you have to buy some food on the ground or bring food with you or whatever. Sometimes you'll be lucky enough that there's extra meals left over. The cabin crew will bring you some extra meals, but you can't really depend upon it. So you've got to bring food. Most of the time, it ends up being in the air. Most of the time, the turnarounds on the ground are not long enough for you to really practically eat. And it's always funny, like, you know, every once in a while we'll get a station where they'll actually bring us a breakfast, where they will actually cater a breakfast for the crew, and they bring a breakfast on board, and you're like sitting there looking at it like, I got to get ready to go here. I don't have time to eat that now. And they're like, you want it now? You want it later? It's like, I don't have time to eat that before we take off. Like, we got exactly enough time to get everything ready, maybe a tiny bit of extra time, but not enough time to really eat a whole breakfast and then also get everything ready. So it's like, yeah. The people I really feel bad for, because at least the pilots, you know, we're in the flight deck, we're sealed in, and once we get up into cruise, it's pretty chill. There's not a whole lot to do. We're watching things, we're making sure everything's going according to plan, but if nothing fails, everything's pretty chill. The group that I really feel bad for is the flight attendants, because they don't have time to chill, especially if they're doing short flights, but even longer flights. Like, they are basically, you know, they're on almost all the time. They're in the cabin. They're taking care of the passengers' needs. You know, if they get a chance after they've served all the passengers, they might, you know, crouch down and kind of shove something in their mouth for a couple minutes and just to try and eat something, and then they're back out there to collect all the dirty dishes. Like, you know, 5 minutes later, you know, and then on the ground stops, like they can't eat on the turnarounds on the ground either, because they're constantly you know, they're either disembarking, getting the cabin ready for the next passengers, or greeting new passengers. And exactly, the flying public has more eyes on the flight attendants than they do on the pilots. We shut that door and we get our own little sanctuary, and it really is quite nice. Honestly, it really is quite nice. But I very much empathize with the flight attendants in that whole, you're on 24/7 almost, and I've had to stand there as a captain and say, no, we're not boarding. My cabin crew hasn't eaten anything in 8 hours. And like we've done like nothing but like short hops all day, where they didn't even have a chance to eat anything. Like, all they do is throw in food at passengers and back in the galley, put it all away, sit down again, and land. And I stood at the door in front of the gate and said, no, we're not boarding. My cabin crew hasn't eaten anything in 6 hours. They're taking 10 minutes now to eat something, and we'll board in 10 minutes. And if we're late, you can have the duty manager call me. But they're human beings. They need to eat just like anybody else. And the expectations laid on flight attendants sometimes in that regard is just ridiculous. Like you can't eat in public. You're not allowed to eat in public. But there's nowhere to sit outside. You know, if the flight's full, there's nowhere to sit outside of the public eye for you to even think about eating a meal. Some of the bigger airplanes, they have like a little table in the galley, and you can sit in the jump seat and eat. Some of them, you're eating standing up, whatever you can find, whatever you can scrounge, because there's nowhere to sit. Or if you can sit on the jump seat, like I've known flight attendants that have taken like the cardboard boxes that some of the catering supplies come in, and they fold it flat, lie it on the floor, and lay it on the floor and sit on that, so they have somewhere to sit at least and eat and have like almost like a little picnic on the galley floor. And I wouldn't want to eat off that floor because the floors in the airplanes are disgusting. But you know, they do what they have to do. It's a thankless job, and sometimes very much, and so much is expected of them, and they get so little for it. They get relatively little compensation. They get really terrible schedules. They can work like 16, 18-hour days sometimes, and I'm like, if I'm expected to be not sufficiently functional after 13 hours, how are they expected to be sufficiently functional? You know, like if an emergency happens, if there's a medical emergency, or you know, or some kind of an engine fire or something like that, after 15 or 16 hours, like, are they going to be at the top of their game? Are they really going to be the best that they can be? So yeah, I feel for the flight attendants more than anybody else. I really do. I think they get some of the shortest end of the stick in this business because they're in front of the passengers all the time, have to be on their best behavior all the time, and work grueling days, not a whole lot of pay. It can be really tough. I had a duty manager the other day make a really convoluted recovery plan. We had to remove a plane from service with a damaged prop, and it stressed me out trying to sort out what he wanted to do and send it out. I can only imagine how the crews felt looking at the email. Yeah, it's sometimes it's hilarious being a crew because you're the last person to know anything. I had an incident actually last week. It's very interesting. But I was involved in not a serious incident, but it was an interesting incident. I was actually a deadheading crew member, and I was just sitting there looking at my iPad, watching a TV show or whatever, Fat, Dumb, and Happy for a relatively short flight. And like about 20 minutes after we took off, I'm like, I'm surprised the flight attendant's not coming around to start the service yet. Maybe it's a little bit bumpy. Maybe they're not going to do a service. And then the captain comes on with a PA. Yep, due to a failure of the landing gear system, the landing gear stayed down after we took off. We're going to be circling back and returning for landing. And I was like, what? And I didn't even notice anything was wrong. I was just sitting there watching my video, not really thinking too much about it. And it was just hilarious because like I didn't even notice. And the crew was great, but it's like at the end of the day, we land and we go back to the gate, and the service director's like, everyone just sit tight. We're going to find out what's going on. And you could see like she's struggling, even just like she said it more hesitantly, and kind of she didn't even know what to say because she didn't know what was going on, so she didn't know what to say, and I could see her hesitating over it. I'm like, I completely felt for her. I'm like, yeah, like we are often the last people to know when there's a plan being made by the duty manager. So yes, you got to make the plan and kind of forward it down, but sometimes you are the last people to know. Like the passengers were standing up and saying, it looks like we're leaving at this time because the app is telling them we're leaving at this time, and it's like, she's like, probably. Honestly, they haven't told us anything yet. We're waiting to find out something. And I also feel that frustration with that of not knowing what we're doing because we're not getting the information. The crews are often we're at the bottom end of that list of people who receive information. The one airline I worked at, the running gag was that, well, ask catering, because when catering shows up and removes the catering from your airplane, they'll tell you which airplane you're going to. Probably about 10 minutes before your dispatcher or your crew scheduler calls and tells you what you're doing, the catering guys have already come and removed the catering from the airplane. They're like, oh yeah, you guys are going to this airplane now. This airplane's broken. You could always depend on catering to know exactly what was going on and give you the inside information about 10 minutes before anybody else gave you the information. If your duty managers are anything like mine, half the time they're spending 20 minutes bickering over a plan before they finally settle on something. Well, yeah, absolutely. 100%. I get that. Yeah, dispatch should be fun. Dispatch should be fun. You're going to have hopefully some fantastic tools like this. And, I got to say, like, Navigraph has really upped the game with the tools they have now, with the ability to overlay the weather on your charts. The SimBrief flight planning system, if you've never seen it, is just absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It's so... it's not totally realistic because obviously the advanced dispatch systems will do more automatically picking optimal routes and altitudes and things like that, but just in terms of the flexibility of being able to do almost anything, you kind of have to still do the manual job of dispatching yourself. But the idea of the options that are available allow you to do almost everything. You can put whatever amount of fuel you want in there. That's what I'm trying to do. You know, like I put in ATC and weather fuel today, but like whatever you want to put in there, like it's quite astonishing system. The weather's obviously showing up on there. You could do whatever weather planning you want with Navigraph now. Turbulence planning, it's fantastic. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the Navigraph system now. TC is going to do an audit next week, so I have to wait until it's done before I move. better to show up after the audit's done anyways. Don't want TC breathing over your shoulder. Why are you doing that? I don't know. I'm new. I don't know what I'm doing. That's fantastic. Yeah, I've had transport jump seat twice in the last year, and both times turned into a gong show due to the winter weather, and it was nothing. Both times we got kudos. We're like, everything in the flight deck safe and professional. Everything outside the flight deck, I have to write some reports and talk to some managers because there's stuff going on outside the flight deck that he's just like, why is this happening? Why is this not happening? Why is this not happening correctly? Oh my god. And yeah, I mean, I played with our de-icing board. Might get some questions on that. I decided to color code the dates to make it easier at a glance to see who's said yep, we can de-ice or not. Yeah, I did my first de-icing already this year. I did it 3 days ago now. First de-ice of the year is already done. Can't believe it. I haven't even finished my winter operations training module yet, but we did the de-icing already. Same as last year anyways. Nothing changed this year with winter ops pretty much. The changes were so minimal, it's almost, I think it's basically just a review. We had 2 stations break yesterday. What does that mean? 2 stations that had to do de-icing? Or you mean 2 like 2 de-icing trucks, or like two de-icing stations? Okay, yeah. That'll throw a wrench in your plans for a couple hours, for sure. Absolutely, that's never good. I mean, first time out for the year though too. It's like they haven't really used the de-icing truck now. It's in 8 months probably. So does the thing even turn on? Nope, the battery's dead. Someone give it a boost. That's exactly what's probably happening. First time out with the truck and the hose. First time the hose has been pressurized in 9 months and the fitting comes loose or something like that. I'm sure they run it through once, but they probably don't do like a full de-ice. They probably just do like a little service check. And, it's good to go. It's fine. One, the hose basically blew technically the night before, so I had to risk sending a plane with a tech apart and hope they could fix it. And the other, we almost canceled the flight going there until someone went, I can fix it, and fixed it. They flooded the engine because they weren't letting it run long enough. See? Exactly. When you let this equipment sit all summer long and you barely even turn it over all summer long, and then all of a sudden when you need it, it's not even warmed up. It's not even ready to go yet. Called it. Nailed it. It's like I've been in this business before. Oh, I love it. But that's the nature of the business. You just got to just roll with it. And be ready. It sucks to have to cancel a flight, but sometimes that's the thing you got to do. And this was the thing that when we did the return to Toronto last week, it really kind of schmucked up the next day. And it had the potential to completely schmuck up the next day. It's all northern stations too. They're supposed to report year round, but I guarantee half just do the daily reports without checking. Oh yeah, I worked a ramp job once. I tried to do it every day, but I know for a fact that there were other guys that were not doing the daily checks when they were supposed to be doing them. Just sign it off anyways. But there was potential impact on the flight the next day, because the flight the next day was not until the evening. But the flight I was taking there to deadhead to position to do this flight the next evening was the last flight of that day. And then there's only 2 flights the next day. The first flight is kind of afternoon. If I did that, my duty day would have been too long to finish the evening flight. And if I took the later flight, I would have arrived basically if we were on time, less than 1 hour, about 15 minutes before we were supposed to depart. And I would have to get from the terminal to an FBO, and it was like it would have been practically impossible. Would have had to delay the flight. There's no other way for me to get there in a reasonable amount of time. I was thinking about it, like, and I thought to myself, like, they might put me in a limo and tell me to drive the 4 something hours to that city instead of fly there because they need me there. There's no other pilots in that city. There's nobody based there. Yeah, it wasn't 15, it was 50, but that was from the time, like, we were supposed to get to the gate. I had to get out of the airport, get around to an FBO, and get in the other airplane, and you know, be ready to go. Yeah, they would not have been happy. So I actually ended up calling, and KLGA-KDEN and told them, hey, just so you know, we returned. And they're like, what? Like, yeah, the plane took off, had a gear malfunction, and we went back. So, yeah, you may want to make sure that they don't cancel this flight on me, because if they cancel it, we're all screwed for tomorrow. And he's like, oh yeah, I see that. I'll make some phone calls and let you know if anything changes. So I don't know if they actually had an impact or not, because I was talking to the crew later, and it was like the crew that was on that flight, it was their first and only flight of the day. So they didn't have a duty day issue as long as they could find an airplane, and they did actually replace the airplane. They found us a different airplane, and we left like 3 hours late. But whatever, I don't care about the lateness. I mean, as long as we got there. Yeah. So I think it was because of the duty day issue. So I wouldn't have been able to deadhead the next day, unless the flight left early or they delayed the afternoon flight. So yeah. I don't know if they actually ended up exerting any pressure on the on this flight continuing, but I just I just wanted to make sure that, like, you know, whoever was making the decision, the duty managers making the decisions, had that input, had that knowledge that there's a deadheader on here that needs to be there, that doesn't have any other way of getting there tomorrow if this flight cancels. So. Last one was councils had to delay countless flights to wait for deadheader going up north, because there's only one plane that goes up, and they have to schedule deadhead, and they like to schedule deadheads right before they operate. Last one was because it went from 37 to an ATR. Yeah. That's the thing, is they had originally scheduled me for the earlier flight that day, and I had asked very nicely to be moved to the later flight because my kid was sick, which is like, oh my god. So like, and they said, yeah, no, we see that we can put you on the later flight. That's not a problem. If that helps you out. I'm like, yeah, it helps me out. My wife will be home, you know, by the afternoon, but I can't just leave my daughter home sick by herself for 5 hours. So yeah, they're like, okay, yeah. So it was kind of my fault that I got switched to that later deadhead, because I'd asked for it really nicely, and they had agreed to it and said, yeah, we don't see it being an issue. And then of course it turned into an issue. So like, I felt bad. Like, I don't want this to go off the rails because of somebody did something nice for me. The whole weekend was just one thing after another. Just a big gong show of everything. Kind of glad that I made it through. Yeah, I was just a little ball of stress when we landed back in Toronto. When we were taxiing in, I was just a little ball of stress, and basically the whole time we're sitting in the terminal waiting to find out what the plan is. Went back in the terminal and sitting there waiting. I was just a little ball of stress until we basically left the gate with the new airplane. That was basically when I started to relax. Was when we left the gate on the new airplane, like 3 hours late, but at least we left. That was when I started to finally de-stress. But just as soon as I heard from the time the captain made that announcement, all through the taxi in, I was just a little ball of stress. I'm like, I may have screwed us over, you know, not intentionally, but just through what happened thereafter. Yeah. Oh my God, I was. It was not good. Oh, it was a horrible experience. Oh, it was very nice of them to do what they did to move that thing for me. It was very nice, and I really appreciated it. But who could have foreseen that, right? Like, honestly, I don't think anyone could have foreseen that happening. So, okay, so we're now 17:12 or 17, yeah, we'll call it 17:11 anyway, so still about 5 minutes behind. Yeah, okay, we're actually making up a little bit of time here. And fuel's at 7.1. Fuel's a non-issue. We're falling a little bit behind on the time, not terribly, but a little bit. A little bit over an hour, so got lots of you guys watching now, so let's have a little bit of interest. Not that this is probably going to do anything. No duty manager ever wants to watch me do this, but let's go ahead and just do boop-a-doop-a-doo, random failure. Oh, something's going to happen. Something may not happen, too. Sometimes the random failures are so benign, nothing happens. Oh, this is the exact same one that happened last night. Oh no, ECAM. All right, first thing ECAM occurs is don't look at the ECAM. Look over here, straight ahead. And autopilot's still engaged, aircraft is still flying, Mach, all cruise, nav, speed is steady, altitude steady. Alright, ECAM actions. Alright, so once we've ensured that the aircraft is flying properly, nothing has changed in terms of the configuration, the autopilot hasn't clicked off or anything like that, then the other pilot can deal with the ECAMs. Okay, fuel, right tank, pump to low pressure. right tank pump 2 off. So, and you see here on the fuel SD page here, we do have low pressure coming out of the right-hand tank. That is true. But we do have a second pump, so that's good. So, right tank pump 2 off. There you go, that's off. And that's it. Clear fuel. Clear fuel. Status. Alright, stop ECAM. We're just going to take a moment to just think about this. Any outstanding OEBs? No OEBs in this aircraft. And no outstanding checklists. No resets ever done with a fuel pump. No engine relays required. Continue ECAM. Alright, status. So we have center tank fuel unusable. That's from before. We now have the right tank pump 2 in op, as well as the center tank pumps. The center tank pumps from before. So the right tank pump 2 is in op. And that's it. Remove status. Remove status. ECAM actions are complete. Alright. So we've dealt with a minor failure. Snag and MEL and it's fine. That's pretty much. Yeah. So let's just do a quick little situational awareness here. So the aircraft is still flying. We've lost one right fuel pump. It's really having no significant impact on our operation at this point, and fuel is still flowing into the engine at the same normal rate. We still have one pump available on that engine, which is more than making up for the one failed pump. We've just lost some redundancy in the system. So no need to notify ATC. We're not going to change our plan. We're just going to continue straight ahead. No need to notify the back end, as it's making no difference to our flight. And just notify company. So go into ATSU, AOC, and I don't actually have a message option in here, but I would send a message to MOC and just tell them, hey, so we had right tank fuel pump, right tank pump 2 fuel pump low pressure. ECAM actions completed, the pump's off, and we're still flying. If you can have maintenance meet us when we get to Denver, and we'll continue on to Denver at this point. And as long as they agree with that, yeah, maintenance will meet you. Perfect. And we've satisfied our obligations. Dispatch will also receive a copy of the ACARs as well as MOC, and we're done. We're on our way. We'll just carry on. So speaking of Denver, 18:13, and it's now 17:15. So we got 1 hour to go till we get to Denver. So we'll write up that snag in the book, and then we are going to go and... Do those computers have a way to send a message electronically to company if you're out of radio range? Yes. Yeah. The A320 has a full ACARS system on it, so yeah, I'll just use the ACARS system. It'd literally go in here with the rest of it here. It should normally be in here, ATSU, AOC, and then there would be just like a messages button. And then you could pick who you want it to send to. You'd have different messages for flight dispatch, maintenance, crew sched, stock, all the different departments you may need to send an ACARS message to. So you literally just type it out, whatever you want to say. So I would literally type out exactly what I snagged. Some systems will even have an actual snag message in the AOC menu. So separate button that actually takes you to the snag message, and it actually lets you put the logbook number, the logbook page number, the snag description, who it was snagged by, and then you can send that, and it goes immediately to maintenance. And because it's a snag, it immediately goes into the maintenance tracking system. So maintenance doesn't even have to manually put it in the tracking system. It actually automatically goes in the tracking system and pops up on the maintenance screen as, okay, this is now an open snag on this airplane. It's more like text messaging than email. You get very limited characters. You get whatever characters are on here, and you only get 8 lines to send them in a message. Yeah, most of our domestic planes don't have sat phones that work, so we just use the ACARS. The ACARS is very effective. It's text messaging, but the nice thing is it goes out pretty quickly, and you know, it's carbon copied to multiple people within the company too. Anything you send out by ACARS is automatically copied to dispatch. Even if you send it to MOC or if you send it to crew sched, dispatch sees a copy of every ACARS message that comes through the system as well. So they're always in the loop about what's going on board the aircraft. So ACARS is a fantastic system. And before that, like having to do phone patches, or before that, radio patches, like through Eric or whatever. What a gong show that could be sometimes. So ACARS is just like, it's direct to the company. It's also very because it's asynchronous, you can take time to come up with an answer without holding the line forever. It's really kind of nice like that. Yeah, if you're in very remote northern areas, you won't have ACARS coverage up there necessarily. So yeah, you would need sat phones for sure. Yeah, we're all kind of relatively the settled areas. So yeah, we're in the southern part of the country for the most part. So yeah, we don't need we can get by with ACARs alone. Okay, so let's start setting up that arrival for Denver. So first things first, I'm going to pick up an ATIS. So I got my handy little ATIS app. There is the arrival ATIS for Denver. That's departure, sorry. Arrival information, Mike. Winds are calm, 3 miles and mist. Ooh, it's actually a little bit IMC there. 11 degrees, 6 degrees, 2993. Hazardous weather information for Colorado, Kansas. Hazardous weather info for Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, available for flight service. Departing runway 8, runway 25, runway 34. No, why did it go back to departure information? Arrival information. Runway 34 right, 35 left, 35 right. Notice to air emissions, 17 left, non-standard runway markers, 35 right, non-standard runway markers. Taxiway Papa closed between Echo Alpha and Papa 6. So 35, so we're in a north flow right now. So 34, 35 left, 35 right. Let's start pulling up some stuff. None of it weather likes to mess with everything. Yeah, just like the East Coast too, right? You go to Halifax and it's always Cat 2. I've done more Cat 2. I've done more Cat 3 approaches in the last 12 months than I've done Cat 2 approaches in the previous like 10 years. Whoa. What's going on here? Easy there, Tiger. What the heck was that? She seems to be recovering. She's got to get back on course here. Is that a flight sim glitch? Get some wake turbulence, maybe? Maybe I'm going to put the seatbelts on for a little bit here. Yeah. Call the back and just see. Call the service director and just see if they're okay. Hey, you guys okay after that? I don't know what that was. That was that turbulence was unexpected. ATC didn't tell us anything about that. Everybody okay? Yeah, you guys are good? All right. Just check the passengers. Let me know if anybody's injured at all. But yeah, I don't know where that came from. I don't expect another one, but I didn't expect the first one. So looks like the wind kind of shifted a little bit. So maybe that was just flight sim's very not smooth shifting. I didn't do it. That's exactly what I say every time. Okay, where was I? Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're going to start setting up for an arrival into Denver. It is IFR right now, they're saying. So we're going to do an approach to the 35s. Actually, before I do that, I think normally we'd plan an arrival on runway 35 right from this direction. So I think we're going to plan on that. That being said, hopefully it's not going to get any lower than this. I might pull up the TAF in a second and just have another look. But we can even do a ILS Cat 2 or 3 onto 35 right, so we can actually do that. So that's okay. I'm going to plan it as a Cat 1 right now, but we might upgrade it to Cat 2 or 3. Yeah, exactly. No smooth adjustment for me in MSFS, exactly. I'm going to plan the ILS Cat 1 to 35 right, but back up, we'll think about the Cat 2 or 3. To 35 right. It is nice to know that it is a full Cat 3 runway, and we are in a full Cat 3 equipped airplane. As long as nothing's failing here, nothing serious has failed. And then Star, we're on the what are we on? We're on the logger arrival, I think, right? Logger arrival brewery transition, I believe. Yes. All right, very nice. And just make sure this is for. Landing north, select 3. Okay, so this is for either direction. Some of these transitions in, some of these stars sometimes are only for north or south flow, but this is for either flow. By the looks of it, I think. Yeah. Yeah, for landing 17. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so let's make sure. First of all, let's get some landing distance data here. Not that I think we can't land on 35 right in Denver, but let's just do that anyways. All right, so 35 right, Denver, runway 35 right. I might even put it as a wet runway, just because it's scattered clouds. Maybe it's a little misty. That's me kind of really being pessimistic. I don't think it's actually condition code 5. I think it's 6. But anyways, winds variable at 0, 11 degrees, 10, 14. Landing weight. Excellent question. 56.3 plus 4.7. So that's 57. That's 61. So let's round it up a little bit. Just again, worst case scenario it. Let's call it 61.3. 61.3. Low auto brake. Idle, no reverse. Manual landing. Auto land actually does increase it slightly, so I'm going to do the auto landing numbers just because it's possible we might need it, and then we're covered already. We know the manual landing numbers are less. Auto thrust on, perfect. So the landing distance available is just 1 foot under 12,000. The factored landing distance 10,200. So with the factor on there, we are using up a fair amount of that runway. Just curious, if I put it on max reverse, it doesn't make too much of a difference because of the fact that I've got low auto brake. And if I go max manual, it takes me down to a factor distance of 8,100 feet. So we'll do low auto brake initially, and then we'll probably have to hit the brakes, and we'll also use some reverse as well to aid the acceleration. So it is acceptable. We do have a TPL of probably about 2,800 feet in that configuration. If I transition to max manual, we definitely have a 3,000 foot TPL. Okay, so we've got the landing numbers. We can land on this runway. 61.3, 61, yeah, 61,300 exactly. Just because everything is, everything that goes in the FMS pretty much in an Airbus is just multiplied by 1,000 kilos just to keep the numbers easy, so you don't have to type in 56300. You can literally type in 56.3. It's a little bit less typing. It's a little bit easier just to think numbers in that scale too. I think you could. The brain is easier. It's easier for the brain to work with a number like 56.3 than 56,300. I mean, it means the same thing, but it's just your brain can wrap your head. You can wrap your brain around it a little bit easier. Okay, so we're gonna make sure we have all of this programmed in here. All right. I hope I'm giving you a good kind of preview of what it looks like when the guys are working. I mean, it's a different airplane, but same basic procedures in any kind of airplane. All right, so we're going to start with a flight plan review here. So we're starting the Logger 3 RNAV arrival here at Brewery, and the other thing actually I need to do is just put this into plan mode, put the scale down to about 20. So what we can do is we can also follow along on here. So Brewery, Dunkel, Kolsch, Pilsner, Lager, and oh, I forgot to put constraints on there. Select constraint modes. There we go. So loggers between 22 and 19. Pint at 250 between 21 and 15,000 at 250 knots. For the 3.5s, we should then go to burp between 17 and 15. Oh shoot, I didn't actually set up for 3.5 right. Poo. Alright, disregard that. Every once in a while the Fenix does that. It has a little momentarily calculation craziness, and it thinks the airplane, you'll notice the cabin altitude is not actually moving, just the vertical speed for a second just went through the roof. It's a little glitch there. Okay, now I got 3.5 right. And yeah. Actually, before I even go through this whole thing, let's just pick a transition that makes sense from this side. I'm going to go with Puri transition. So I've got this already in here. I just need the approach vias, and I just want the Puri approach via. Pearl. It's an L? It's an L. Pearl. Okay. Try this one more time here. Going through the arrival. Brewery, Dunkel, Kolsch, Pilsner, Lager, 22 to 19. Pint, 250, 210 to 15,000. Then we go burp, 17 to 15. Oh, and it didn't son of a bugger. This is not correct. This is one thing that the Fenix does that is not correct, and that is when you have the wrong star, it just completely screws up. So you got to insert another star temporarily. You got to pull heading for a second to do this. All right, insert that, and then we can fix it. Because the thing is, if you load a star and the runway, but then you change, later on you change the runway, but don't change the star. It keeps the original fixes, even though it's supposed to change it to this side, it was still going down this side. So what you have to do is force it to select a new star, and then go back to your original star, and then when it recalculates, it'll recalculate based on the new runway. But if you change your runway afterwards, it doesn't know what to do, which is not at all the way the real airplane works. The real airplane, you change the runway, it knows to change the star. Alright, so let's just do this because we are kind of... Alright, I think we can do this here now. Here. Okay, perfect. It's back in nav. We're straight ahead on our way to brewery. Okay, for the last time, maybe, if I can get this to work. Okay. Alright, so we know everything is good up to burp. 17 to 50. Now it's changed it. It's going to yuppie at 250 between 15 and 13. Goes to fat, and then goes to dog at 210 at 11,000. That's the bottom altitude of the star. Then it just continues on that manual leg, 173, until we get a vector around, or we self-vector around, to the ILS runway 35 right in Denver, Colorado. Alright, so Pearl, Dove, and Dove above 9,000 it is. I'm just going to zoom this in one more notch here because you can see all these fixes here. Dory, and Dory is above 9,000. Dean and Drum are also above 9,000. Then we go down to Franz above 7,000. And then we're at the runway. Missed approach is flying to 5,800. And then climbing right turn to 10,000 on a heading of 048. And inbound on the Gill VOR 136 radial to SeaTac. So 316 radial to SeaTac. And hold at 10,000 feet. Perfect. So that's all in there. The flight plan's good. Rad nav, we should have IDPB 110.15. We do 353 is the inbound course. That's good. Prog page. Let's see here. DEN is the VOR on the field, so we use that as a reference to the field. We are now 42 north by 105 west. That's Denver. We're now about less than 300 miles to go. Love it. Perf page here. So go back to the star. There was a message on the star about the speed. Descend via Mach number until intercepting 280 knots. Maintain 280 knots till slowed by the star. So we're going to put 280 knots as our descent speed. We'll leave the Mach number where it is. QNH. Go back to my Denver ATIS up here that I had. And it is 2993. 2993. And we had, let's see here, 11 degree temperature. Winds, has winds calm. So I'm just going to do 350 at 0. And the minimums for the ILS, Cat 1 anyways. Should I do a Cat 2? Maybe I should do a Cat 2. I haven't done a Cat 2 yet. I don't think I've done an Autoland. Maybe the Autoland will do better than I do. 5570. Missed approach altitude is 10,000 feet, so we're going to set that for the acceleration altitude, both engines and single engine. 10,000. All right, perf is in. Fuel prediction. Again, we're showing up with lots of extra fuel here. 2.4. We got an hour 10 now. It's because of that plus 3%. I wish the airplane would actually fly the plus 3% if I put in a plus 3% fuel factor. And secondary flight plan. So copy the active, and I think what I'll do is I'll put 35 left. So secondary arrival, just in case they change it up a little bit. 35 left. And it's the same star transition, so I don't need to worry about that. Then I just need to go secondary, perf, and change the minimums. So same descent speed, because it's the same star. Same conditions at the field, but if I happen to do 35 left, ILS 35 left, that will get me down to 5634. 5634. But and this one, the missed approach, is also 10,000, so don't change that. Perfect. So that's all set up. That's all good. The only thing I have left to do now is check the NOTAMs, which I should be doing first, and I've been very bad about that. So first, let's do this. Let's just get me... Oh, there's some other VATSIMer out there. I'm not alone in the VATSIM network. Any Denver yet? There's a Denver ground. Nice, nice. Okay, well, we'll have someone to talk to on the taxi end at least. Okay, NOTAMs. So let's bring up the SimBrief panel. Let's just have a quick look. It looked like there were a lot of NOTAMs for Denver. Woo, people. I'm not alone on the network. Okay, airport. Oh, Jesus. Edge lights, outside irregular, centerline markings, surface painted markings, painted, edge lights. Oh, there's some taxiways. So let's actually do this, just so I have an understanding of what's going on there and what's closed. So, where was I here? So, Papa 2, Papa 3, Papa 4, Papa 2, Papa 3, Papa 4, closed. Papa between Echo Alpha and Papa 6, closed. Okay, that's fine. We'll roll into at least Papa 6. Echo Delta. No, cracks, irregular surface, regular surface. Okay, as long as it's not closed. I don't see anything else closed. So just this spot down here. But as long as we roll to at least Papa 6, we're good. Runway 17 right, 17 left, 35 right, west edge, 4-inch cracks. Okay, I can deal with that. SID, we don't care about so much. Approach procedures, 35 right, 35 right. I got nothing for, I got 35 left here. Let's see, anything for 35 right. I'm gonna have Yankee 35 right. 35 left. ILS are straight in. ILS are straight in. Locomotive is higher. 5Gs. No, we're not worried about that. The 320's good on that. All right, I think we're just about ready for the briefing. I think this guy's going to Denver as well because he seems to have made the same turn at Brewery that we're about to make, judging by his contrail there. Nice. Okay, maybe the Denver ground controller will lure a tower or center controller online for us. We can only hope. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so let's do this. You have control.
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
Excellent. Okay, so today, first of all, technical status of the aircraft. We've lost the right fuel pump. That doesn't make any difference to our arrival process. There's still a second pump in there that is picked up all the slack in the system. So no impact on our operation. NOTAMs, the only NOTAMs that affect our operation is the closure of Papa, south of Papa 6 and the associated taxiways. We're landing on 35 right. We'll just take a convenient left turn off at Papa 6 or even Papa 7, something like that, to get to the gate. So the arrival today is the Logger 3 RNAV arrival for runway 35 right, plate 10-2 hotel for Denver International, radar required for non-GPS, turbojets only, Denver Center will issue send via NSU. Just give me 1 second, let's just do this last field check. Because we're kind of drifting behind, I want to see exactly where we start here. So Brewery, we're at 1737, and we got 59, we got 6,000. So 1737. 5 minutes behind still, and basically 6.0 when you round it. We're still good. We've got 600 kilos above the plan, 5 minutes behind schedule. We're getting there, and we're getting there. It's not great, but we're getting there. All right, sorry about that. Back to the briefing. So important red note in the box. Turbojets descend via Mach number until intercepting 280 knots. Maintain 280 knots, still slowed by the star. So the star restrictions are in there, and we do have 280 knots on the in the box for the descent performance. Radars required for non-GPS, turbojets only. Denver Center will issue set via and landing direction. Landing north, select 35 right transition. That's what we did. Expect runway assignment on initial contact with the Denver Tracon. Well, we don't have a Tracon, so we're making it up on our own. The routing constraints are all as published. Lost comms are in the box. It's setting up right now for a Cat 1 ILS to runway 35 right, plate 11-12 for Denver International. Loc IDP 110.15 and 353, that's all been checked, it's in the box. Glide slope at Franz of 7,000, the ILSDA of 5570, and 5570 is right up there in the corner. Missed approach is as published or as advised by ATC. Top altitude for that is 10,000. The MSA, all sectors around the Denver VOR, 9,200 feet. And yeah, for this runway, we got Pappies on the right, a full ALSF2 lighting system, standard 3 degrees slope down to the runway. Landing on runway 35 right in Denver. We're going to plan the optimum touchdown zone from the aiming marks to the 2 marks past, from the aiming marks to the second mark past the aiming mark, and then that'll be 2,000 feet down the runway. Our touchdown point limit will be 3,000 feet, the end of the painted touchdown zone. We'll take a convenient left turn off the runway, probably Papa 7, maybe Papa 6, and start taxiing towards the, actually we'll hold and we'll get clearance from ground to taxi towards the terminals over here. We may have to cross 17 right, 35 left if we're taxiing Echo Charlie, so we'll make sure we're clear to cross by ground before we do anything else there. One thing I haven't done, I'm just going to slip over here to my other computer, is just pull up a gate for arrival into Denver. So let me just give me 1 second here, just see if I can find a JetBlue flight that is either underway or has landed recently. On the way, I like it, JetBlue. 320 going from LaGuardia to Denver. We'll pull up to gate Alpha 35. So let's just pull up the, let's see here, the taxi, or sorry, the gates here for Alpha Concourse. That's what I'm looking for. And pin that, perfect. So Alpha 35, odd ones should be on the north side if I remember correctly. Alpha 35, just past the center of the concourse, about 3 gates past the center of the concourse on the north side. So we're going to probably enter on Bravo Sierra and then cut across to Alpha 35. Or sorry, we're going to enter on Alpha November and cut across. Yeah. Let's see here. Today it's going to be a couple low glide slope approach. So once we're clear for the approach, we'll arm approach mode, engage the second autopilot. Anti-ice is still on. We definitely don't need that anymore. We flew out of the ice a little while ago. So anti-ice off. Anti-ice, what was the temperature? 11 degrees. We might need the anti-ice on for the approach. Probably not with the TAT. So we probably won't need the anti-ice on, and we will do low auto braking. I will transition to manual braking once we've touched down smoothly and started to decelerate with the reverse thrust, and I'll transition to manual braking. It will be full reverse initially just to get us slowed down and config full for landing. I'll disengage the autopilot when the runway's in sight at minimums if required. And yeah, that's about it. Let's see here. What's the ground frequency for Denver? I'm just going to put it in backup right now, 2185. Let's talk about threats. So Denver is a mountainous airport. That is a threat. I'm going to put terrain on ND on right now because there is... on this side of Denver, it's fine, but the terrain rises very quickly on the west side. Once we get west of Denver, the terrain rises very quickly. So if we end up somehow going past the airport to the west, it's good to have the terrain on ND. We should be staying mostly in the low terrain anyways, but we'll have terrain on ND anyways. That's threat number 1. Let's see, what other threats do we have here? So obviously IMC conditions. Let's just check and see if the ATIS has refreshed itself at all. And it doesn't seem to want to refresh itself. So let's just pull this up again here. It seemed to have failed its auto refresh. It's still information mic for arrivals. So 3 miles and miss scattered at 200. So for a category 1 approach, the required visibility, it's for 35 right, it should be down to 200 feet, I believe. It is down to 200 feet AGL, and with full approach lighting system on, it's RVR 1800 or a half mile. If it falls below RVR 1800 or a half mile, we will be able to complete the approach. I think we'll be okay in that respect, but we may want to take a look at the Cat 2 plate here as well. So let's have a quick look at the Cat 2 plate. I don't think we're going to find too many differences. It's the same localizer, same frequency, same glide slope crossing height. We could do a rad alt, let's see, what can we do here? We can do a category 3A approach. So we could do a no DH approach here if we want to. Cat 2, it's 111-foot decision height. We could do a full auto land Cat 3 with no decision height here. Just 100-foot alert height. Missed approach is the same. Special air crew and aircraft certification required. Radar GPS required. Sound is approach authorized with runway 34 left and 34 right. You know what? I haven't done an auto land yet this season. This airplane, it does the auto land nicely. I haven't actually seen. I don't think I've done. Have I done the auto land in the sim? I don't even know if I've done the auto land in the sim. So, you know what? We are going to do that today because it's kind of iffy on the margins. We're going to do a full auto land today. So we are going to put no RA. So we now have no DA, no DH, and we're going to do the full Cat 3 auto land today. So we don't have any system malfunctions with the aircraft that should affect our auto land performance. The winds are very light, so we're well within the wind limitations. We have a wet runway that's acceptable for an auto land. There's no DH published for the Cat 3, so we just need an RVR of 700 for Cat 3A, 300 for Cat 3B, and we can do Cat 3B. We can do a full Cat 3 dual, so we can do 300 foot. No DA. There'll be 100 foot alert height where we can call out continue, but it's just to check to make sure that none of the landing parameters have fallen out of favor. And the other important thing to remember, of course, is to disengage the autopilot before we try to clear the runway. The autopilot's going to keep us going straight down that runway even when we try to leave, unless we remember to disengage the autopilot. So don't forget to disengage the autopilot. That's about it. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll do the full Cat 3 auto land today. All right. You left out of Gate Alpha 37 to go to MSP back in August. Haha. I wonder which airline you flew then to get to MSP. Did you? It probably wasn't JetBlue. Was it Delta out of Gate 37? I know that Alpha Concourse is kind of a lot of the smaller carriers, or the one, not even the smaller carriers, but the ones that are not like using it as using Denver as a hub. It was Delta. Okay, yeah. Anyone who's not using Delta as a hub, I think, tends to use the Alpha Concourse. I think United has got Bravo Concourse, and Southwest, I think, has the Charlie Concourse for the most part, if I recall correctly. I haven't been there. I've been there a handful of times. It's been a while since I've been to Denver, really. Let's see here. Where's that top of descent point coming up here? All right, we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. All right. I think we mitigated the biggest threats. The visibility of the train seem to be the biggest threats. Runway length is not an issue. The weather, other than the IMC visibility, does not seem to be much of an issue. And we've even put the wet numbers, even though I don't think the runway is actually wet. We've got a ground controller there. We're going to have to self-vector onto final. The MEL is, or the snag is not really creating any kind of issue for us for the arrival, so I think we're good. Any questions?
No questions.
I have control.
You have control.
And then I don't think he has a descent checklist, does he? I'm trying to remember here. No, just an approach checklist. That's okay. When I go in and out of the U.S., it's usually Delta transit through MSP to wherever, but WestJet has been picking up some U.S. direct out of Winnipeg, which is nice to have a few more options. Yeah. What blew my mind is that WestJet is backing out of the triangle in eastern Canada. That they're not even doing Toronto to Montreal anymore. That blew my mind. One of the most lucrative routes in Canada, in terms of certainly having a high density of clientele, and especially high net worth individual clientele, for them to back out of that corridor altogether, I think speaks volumes to a number of different things. I don't think it's any one factor that kind of led to that decision. I think it's probably a number of factors. I think the pilot shortage is probably playing a hand in that. They can't put as many, they can't deploy as many flights as they want to. So they're trying to focus on Western routes more. And I think it also speaks to the level of competition in Canada now. There's a lot of airlines flying a lot of flights. There's a lot of competition, and especially on the Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal triangle. There's a lot of competition. You've not just got Air Canada, but you've also got Porter, you've got Flair, you've got, I think, who else is flying that corridor? I'm not sure if Lynx is flying that corridor at all, but even just between those, Porter especially kind of coming out with all the guns firing over the last couple of the last year or so with their Embraer fleet. You know, they're really kind of taking over the long haul business that in a way that they never used to. Yeah, no, Porter has just come out all guns firing. He said, Gonkable said, I'm surprised to see Winnipeg getting some Porter flights. Thought they were sticking to Eastern Canada now. With the Embraers now, they are just everywhere. They're doing all the they're doing a whole domestic backbone network now. They are really. I don't think they're sending Air Canada scrambling, but I think Porter's beginning to send WestJet scrambling a little bit more than anybody. I think Porter's really kind of starting to come for WestJet's business a little bit. WestJet's been doing that kind of long-haul Trans-Canada stuff for a long time, and so is Air Canada, by all means, too. But I think Porter's really, I think with their service frequency, their smaller aircraft, kind of their slightly friendlier persona, as opposed to kind of stuffy old Air Canada. I think they're, I think that Porter is really starting to send WestJet for a little bit of a run for their money, and I think Porter in a way is trying to emulate what WestJet did like 20 years ago, really trying to sort of not take over, but just sort of to just sort of really become that secondary carrier that's thought about in Canada as like, oh, if I want to get from between the major cities of Canada, I have either Air Canada or I have Porter. And they're starting to replace WestJet as that second choice airline. Honestly, when I get the same transborder flights, literally same flights, cheaper through Delta than WestJet, I think WestJet needs to rethink a few things. Yeah, there's certain problems that we have in this country. There's structural problems with the airline industry in this country. Yeah. I'm curious though, is the Delta flight out of Winnipeg, is it actually a mainline Delta flight or is it a regional flight? Because that's the first thing. If they're not doing, if you're flying a WestJet 737 with a full mainline paid crew versus an Endeavour CRJ or something like that, then I see it was SkyWest, but now it's regional. Yeah, exactly. So it's but now it's mainline. Because yeah, when you're not comparing apples to apples. When you're comparing a full mainline operation versus a regional airline, of course the regional can bring it in cheaper. When you're comparing two mainline airlines, yeah, then you begin to ask questions about how is this working out. Part of it, I think, is just you can attribute it partly to the corporate tax structure in Canada. Corporations pay a much higher tax rate in Canada, so they need a higher income to cover that cost. Not to say that that's the only thing that's affecting it, but I think that's probably a part of it. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe it's just, the other thing too is you end up with, perhaps name recognition. Certainly as Canadians flying out of Winnipeg, you're probably getting a higher proportion of Canadians than Americans flying Winnipeg to Minneapolis. So, people are more familiar with WestJet. They're doing it for the miles, so they're probably filling the plane a little bit easier. Delta's got a discount just to fill the airplane. Delta's always cheaper. Certainly not for charging their pilots or for paying their pilots any less. That's for sure. Well, we're chasing somebody into Denver today. We're not quite 10 miles of trail, about 8 miles of trail. All right, let's see here. We're coming to the top of descent here. The bottom altitude on the star is 11,000, so let's go ahead and set 11,000. Let's just go ahead and start it up now. So 11,000 feet set, roger, 11,000. And we've got descent all blue, roger. All right. WestJet has direct Atlanta now out of Winnipeg. We have LAX direct, and our seasonal LS and Phoenix are starting. Yeah. And it seems like, WestJet has really shifted their focus to really being just where their clientele are, which is Western Canada. There are people in Eastern Canada that like WestJet. I understand that. I know that. But it just seems like WestJet has kind of, I don't want to say given up on Eastern Canada, but they've scaled back and they're really deploying where they think they can make the money. It really shocked me, though. At the end of the day, it really did surprise me when they said they weren't going to do Toronto-Montreal anymore. For them to give up on that market, that just really blew my mind. Delta's cost for the WestJet flight was cheaper. Oh, there must be something then. So for last, I compared the WestJet Atlanta flight on both Delta and WestJet. Delta's cost for the WestJet flight was cheaper, so they're doing the code share. Yeah, you got to wonder then if they're also just taking advantage of a cheaper American dollar and probably cheaper gas too. The south of the border, the gas is usually cheaper. Although that being said, yeah, sometimes in Western Canada the gas is quite cheap, but it's still usually cheaper south of the border. So you know, if Delta's fueling up south of the border and then bringing the plane over, take a minimal top up in Winnipeg and head back with most of the U.S. fuel still in the tanks, burning that. They're saving some money like that, and if they're doing that. If it's the same flight leg and it's just a code share agreement, there's got to be. I'm thinking to myself, there's got to be like some advantage to the exchange rate. Yeah, there's got to be some advantage to the exchange rate that they're showing. So you know they're showing you the price in U.S. dollars or something like that, or they're paying for WestJet for the seat in U.S. dollars or something. There's something like that has got to be working out for them to be showing a cheaper price like that. I assume you're shopping both websites in Canadian dollars. All right, any Denver controllers yet? Nope, Denver ground is gone. All right, fantastic, love it. We had a ground controller. He's gone. He saw some airplanes coming and he got the hell out. Oh, what are you gonna do? All right, we got one guy on the ground and this one guy we're chasing in there. We see him up ahead, so we'll just keep an eye on him as we get in there. We are, just make sure we are tuned up on 22.8 still. Yeah, we are still tuned up on 22.8, so we will see these things. All right, so the first restriction coming up here, logger. We got to be below 22. I think we're definitely going to be above 19. Got to be below 22. I think we're going to be fine on that. What was the altimeter setting in Denver? Let's see here. Altimeter setting in Denver is 2993. That one. So let's just push this in for a second. How comfortable or cramped is the cockpit, by the way? I imagine bigger jets are more roomy, comfy than smaller aircraft. It depends on the airplane. You would like to think so. But it very much depends on the airplane. The Airbus has a fantastic flight deck in terms of space. You have so much space. As I was saying earlier, we put 4 people up here. We have 2 jump seats in this flight deck, and last week we had both jump seats filled, and it felt full but not crowded. It definitely felt full but not crowded. But there's so much space for you to toss your bag behind the seat here and everything. There is so much space. You get the 737 flight deck, and the wall is like right here, right behind the chair. Like you can't even move. So it very much depends on the aircraft. Some aircraft, yes, you get a much bigger flight deck. It's a little more comfortable. But the 737 is pretty cramped. The CRJ is pretty cramped. The Q was all right. The Q had a fair amount of space. The Embraer also had a fair amount of space too. It's a little bit cramped if you had a jump seater in there because it wasn't quite as far back. The Embraer was probably right about here-ish. So you ended up with if you did have a jump seater, they were pretty much their knees were on either side of the pedestal. So it was a little bit more cramped. This one, the A320 flight deck is a very big flight deck. Don't ever tell the marketing. Don't ever tell the the fleet planning departments how much space is up here. They'll start taking it away from us, putting another row of passenger seats in. Alright, I have to do a fan flight at some point, probably going to go up to Rankin, and the cargo guy wants me to go with a cargo crew to Arctic Bay, LOL. The ATR looks super cramped with the jump seat. I'd be on pretty much hugging the center panel. Yeah, that is probably the case. I can't say that for sure because I don't know the ATR myself, but yeah. The 737 though, if that's your alternative, is not much better. The 737 is a very cramped flight deck. The back wall is right behind the seats. I'm pretty sure in the 37 you're straddling the pedestal as well. You can probably ask some of the guys who have flown it, what they think of it. But I would imagine you're looking at a pretty cramped flight deck in that case as well. So I don't think either case, is great. You're gonna have a sore rear end by the end of your fan flight. Oh, okay. They had the 37s run by Canadian North. Okay. You were just talking about it earlier. Yeah. I don't know how the ATR jump seat is, but I imagine it's not a lot of space. The 320, I think, is very much the exception in the narrow body world to have such a large flight deck with so much space behind the seats. It really is. It's nice to have. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy, very happy about that. But I think it's more the exception than the rule. So slowing to 250 knots. We did pass between 15 and 210. We never did take the seat belts back off again after we put them on. It's our flight, but their bird and crew. Well, I mean, if dispatchers are required to jump seat for familiarity, so it all depends. If it's your flight, but it's their bird, it's their crew, they're dispatching it, then they're probably not going to let you jump seat on it. They'll want you to jump seat on aircraft that you'll actually be dispatching. I would imagine so, anyways. I would assume, because we actually had that. The one company I worked for, the regional company, shared a dispatch with the mainline. So they originally had their own dispatch, and then the mainline didn't like what they were doing, so they basically said, "We're going to dispatch your flights." So they started dispatching the regional airlines flights from the mainline dispatchers, yeah. So the dispatchers from mainline had to jump seat both on a mainline aircraft and on the regional aircraft once every year. They had to do two fan flights every year, at least one on a mainline airplane and one on a regional airplane, just because it was different companies, they may have different procedures. So, all right. Transition 2993 set.
2993 set, passing 17,600. Now.
All right, we are almost there. You can see this kind of foggy layer hanging out over Colorado here. It'll probably be okay, but yeah, we'll just do the auto land, keep it easy. It's kind of fun to show off the auto land. I haven't done the auto land yet on stream, I don't think so. I think that's the plan, because I have to do one northern fam and one southern fam. Hey, you know, it's fun though, and enjoy it, and ask questions, get to know them. I mean, the whole point of it obviously is to ask questions and learn about what these guys are doing, why they're doing it, so you can understand it too. All right, got to cross the next one between 15 and 17, or below 7. Turn the output up a little bit. And Denver traffic, LoJet Blue 1942. We're about 5 miles in trail of the Walker on the logger arrival. We're planning the Cat 3 ILS runway 35 right. We'll stay behind the Walker.
Alright, Walker, we'll keep the speed up.
Thank you. Unicom works. I see it's a good opportunity to put a face to the voice and the name I'll be talking to and give them. Well, yeah, absolutely, that as well. And it's nice to kind of get to know people. You'll never be able to jump seat with all the pilots you have, but it's nice to kind of put a name and face to people. It's nice to see them as human beings. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but just like if you're always dealing with people on the phone and you know, over the phone, you dissociate from them. They're just you know, names and numbers, but they're not people, you know. So just going out there and just seeing people, how they do their job as well. It's so educational, and you know, I'm a VATSIM controller, and I love controlling VATSIM because it taught me so much about how the ATC system works. And our system may not be perfect, but it gives me a good sense of why things are happening in a certain way. So I you know, I think that tends to help me just understand and sympathize with controllers. I generally know why they're doing what they're doing because I've seen it, because I've done it. So I really. That's one case where I think that I've been able to sort of shadow and be able to see how the other side works and be able to improve my own ability and skill from seeing how the other side works. All right, see, still 5 miles ahead. We're doing good. The next restriction is yuppie between 15 and 13. We're already below 15, so that's looking good. And it's a little bit early, but let's go ahead and do the approach checklist. Yeah, I'll do it. Approach checklist.
Terror
2993 set.
2993 set. Seat belts
On.
minimums
No DH set.
Auto brake.
Low. Low armed.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist completed.
And one thing I didn't do as well was I didn't tell him what we're doing here. So, ILS, weather, runway wet, weather, marginal, after landing, yes, auto land, yes, final sector, sure, decision height, there is none, minimum descent altitude, there is none, transition, arrival airport altitude in MSL, we'll just round it to 5350. Now the data's in. I think NavCan needs to get more of their controllers into aircraft with pilots for that reason. You know, that would be not a half bad idea. That would be not a half bad idea in all honesty. I think there's potentially security ramifications from doing that and certainly get airline cooperation. And like I was saying earlier, it's hard enough to get jump seats now for everybody as it is. The last thing we need to do is start competing with controllers now as well as other pilots, dispatchers, transport, trainers. That jump seat is full. There's a lot of people trying to get those jump seats. I mean, it's a good thing. Don't get me wrong. I like that idea, actually. I think that's a smart idea. I just... part of me wonders if it's practical at this point, because I know right now just so many seats are full all the time. Alright, so Walker's pretty much passing Dog right now. We got to cross Dog at 11,000 at 210 knots. We're just about to level. That's still 11.6 descending 11,000. And here comes the decel waypoint. And now that's activated approach phase. I don't want approach phase yet, but I want speed 210. Alright, so there's 210. I'm going to watch for the way this guy turns base. I hope he doesn't go too far out. Alt-star.
Denver traffic, Walker 399, turning for the right base, direct Selby. Descending for the 1,000, so 10,000. Denver traffic.
Alright, so here comes the 210 knots at Daga, 11,000. It's all working out nicely. There goes Walker. Ah, what a nice... There you go. Nice to see some other traffic out here, too. Alright. Doing alright. Did the Denver ground come back yet? No, he's gone. He's gone. Oh well, what can you do? Alright. Just see, so that's the... He's keeping it in really tight. I'm gonna wait till I see him go another couple miles across. I'm gonna start down a little lower. We don't have to go all the way out to Pearl. We can definitely get down to 9,000 and turn inbound to Drum. So we're gonna do that shortly here. Let's just make sure he is... Where'd he go? There he is. Yeah, looks like he's turning final out there. Good, good, good. I definitely don't want to turn final too early because I want to make sure we have enough time to get down and get established. Because we want a very stable approach for Cat 3.
10 miles, and of course to intercept for our ILS 35 left.
I think NavCan needs to get... Yeah, I think they're worried about possible accusations too of favoritism for airlines, which is why NAV Canada has 0 flight benefits. Well, yeah, absolutely. You know, in an ideal world, there would be no... no... special treatment just because you ended up, doing things better, but just because you ended up jumping seat with a certain airline. But it will cross people's mind in the back of their mind without them realizing they're doing it. That's the thing. So yeah, that probably is part of it, is that they don't want favoritism for certain airlines. All right, 9,000 feet set, or after 9,000, let's go ahead and go open descent, thrust idle, and let's go ahead and crank around for base leg air. For about a 260 heading, should probably work pretty well. There's 260 pull. All right, there's heading. Open descent, 9,000 feet set, roger. And let's do a direct radial into drum, please, roger. So let's go drum with the radial in of 173. That sounds correct. That looks good. And there's nav blue, nav disarmed.
Denver traffic, 169, turning final 6 miles, 35 left, Denver.
Denver traffic, JetBlue 1942 is turning the right base for runway 35 right at 15 miles. Probably farther out than we need to be, but anywho. Alright, there's 9600 descending 9,000. It is still hazy off there towards Denver, so yeah, this might be a good day to be doing the auto land. Alright, speed alt star. Alright, let's go heading 320. Let's intercept the localizer to start. So there's alt. Heading's now 320. Loke's armed. Loke blue. And let's go flaps 1. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
No change in status. Remove status. Remove status. Go figure, somebody rings the doorbell when you're turning final. Oh my god. Of all the terrible timing. I think it's just a delivery person. I guess I could check. See if there's anybody waiting for me. Or if somebody just rang the doorbell because they dropped off a package. It made the dogs excited, that's for sure. Nope. I don't know. Who it was, but they walked away. They just walked away, so it can't have been that important. Lokestar. Alright, we're inside drum, so we gotta go down to 7,000. Flaps 2.
Check speed.
You're right. And I wasn't ready for that. I got distracted now. Frack. Alright, let's do this. Put a speed brake. Loke. Glide slope blue. Cat 3 single. Cat 3 dual autopilots 1 and 2. Flaps 2.
Speed checked. Flaps 2.
Gear down. Landing checks.
Gear down. Gear down. Cabin crew be seated for landing.
Runway 25, Bravo Sierra and Golf.
2,500.
Alright, so we got VS minus 3,000. Loke, we set 10,000 for the miss, and we're just trying to intercept the glide slope from above. The glide slope is below us. There's glide slope star. Missed approach altitude 10,000 feet set. Speed's managed. Alright, not good. I got a little bit behind there. I got a little bit. Flaps 3.
1,000.
Speed checked. Flaps 3.
And we are behind on the configuration, I realize that. Flaps full.
Speed checked. Flaps full.
Speed brakes are still out, stand by. Speed brakes are stowed and rearmed. Landing checklist.
ECAM memo.
No blue. Landing no blue. Landing no blue.
500.
Landing checklist completed.
Stable. Kind of botched that a little bit, but we got it back. Denver traffic. JetBlue 1942, short final runway 35 right. Alright, we got the runway in sight. There's land. We're still going to just let it do its auto land.
100.
Continue.
50. 40.
Flare.
30. 20. 10. Retard. 5.
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
Reverse green.
Reverse green. T-cell.
Manual braking. Autopilot's off.
$70 knots.
Alright. Not too bad. Not the worst landing I ever did, considering I didn't do anything. I really don't practice the Cat 3s that often, and maybe I should practice them a little bit more just to sort of make sure I'm ready for them. Denver traffic. JetBlue 1942, clear of runway 35 right. We'll be taxiing to the terminal, crossing runway 35 left in 2 minutes, give or take. All right. He's doing the after landing flow. I believe there's actually an after landing checklist, isn't there, on this airplane? All right, welcome to Denver. It wasn't really totally Cat 3, but nevertheless, it was nice to do that just to sort of hedge our bets and just to show off what the airplane can do. It is nice that it can do an auto land. It does a very nice job. Actually, it's a very nice landing. It definitely flares early, though. 50 feet, it really started flaring substantially and then sort of held it there. It's not the way I usually flare it. After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off and auto. Off and off.
After landing checklist completed.
And what did I not do? I didn't actually set up a gate. All that time yakking away. What did I say? Alpha 30. I forgot what I said. Hold on, what did I say here? Alpha 35.
We strongly recommend that you go straight to your departure terminal. For those of you who do not have a boarding card, please go directly to the flight connections desk.
Alright, I'll keep the Navigraph chart window open there just in case I need it in the next couple seconds here.
Thank you very much for choosing to fly with us today, and we hope to see you again.
We're doing good. We're doing good. Welcome to Denver. It is a big airport. The one thing, Denver's another one of those airports too where none of the developers ever have done it justice in that it's hilly. You think it's flat land, but there's actually quite a substantial hill. On this one, there's a big kind of up, and then it goes back down towards this runway, but we'd be kind of coming over a hilltop here right now. And the whole airport also slopes up to the north as well, so it's not substantial, but it's enough that you should notice it. That you should notice that you're higher when you're at the northern end of it. So that's one thing I found that developers just don't want to do, is they want the airports to be purely flat, and it's not. They are not flat at all. You know, the particular apron areas may be flat, but runways especially are very seldom flat from one end to the other. All right, clear left. Denver traffic. JetBlue 1942 is crossing runway 35 left of the terminal. Wow, can't even spit out a runway number anymore. All right. Should probably put the strobe on for that runway crossing, but it's a little bit late now. But we're almost here. So we're just going to do a quick little sidestep here onto Alpha November, and then all the way over to gate Alpha 35. Like a nice enough day. At the end of the day, straighten this airplane out and shut down engine 2. Of course, in MSFS, you always need way more power than you should to keep the airplane moving. So now we're going to put like 40% on engine 1 just to keep it moving. saving some virtual gas. All right. You know what I should have done before I landed here. Hopefully this does not put somebody on Alpha 35. If it does, I'll have to just turn it off.
Denver traffic, United 1013 Heavy, departing runway 25, straight out, Denver.
Now we're going to start to get some airplanes here. Surprised it seems to have stalled after a couple of airplanes. Usually it puts all the airplanes in very quickly. Weird. It had like 1 or 2 or 3 airplanes and then it kind of stalled out. That's weird. I might just close it down and restart it because that's unusual. It's usually pretty good. Within seconds, it's within 30 seconds, there's airplanes everywhere. So 37, 36, I think 35 is up here. Oh, hopefully that guy didn't take gate 35. Buddy. Buddy. Don't take gate 35 from me. Well, now it's definitely adding lots of airplanes. Alpha 35 is that gate that guy just took. You jerk. I can also do this. Nope. Fine. Go away. Shut you down again. Because my GSX marshaller's there. Alright, marshaller. We'll say he's in sight. Taxi light off. Accumulator pressure's checked, weather radar's off, the anti-ice is off, and the AP bleed is on. And there's a catering truck parked across the line. Buddy. Can't park there. Where's the marshaller? Is he in there? He's like, oh, he's caught in the... Okay, I see where he is now. He's caught in the wheels of the bridge. I have to move this guy, I think. Probably driving through the catering truck. I'm about to. I gotta be close now. Gonna drive right into this catering truck, I think. Unfortunately. But he's stuck standing underneath the bridge here. Which also doesn't help. Alright, there we go. We're good. We know about that. APU is online. We can go ahead and do that. Remember to submit your flight. Thank you. Alright. Everything should get called up automatically from here on out. Here comes my jet bridge again. I'll start this one more time. So now it looks like there's actually other airplanes here in Denver. The only trouble is you never know. Why does it keep doing that? It keeps on bouncing that bridge back now. It's done that a bunch of times to me now. Come on, toggle the jetway. One more time. Alright, stop bouncing the bridge back and forth. I thought we'd solve this problem, but apparently we have not. Alright, let's go ahead and make sure everything is off. Parking checklist.
Parking brakes or chokes.
Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist completed.
Beautiful. All right, everybody, we are here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Made it to Denver. And now it's going to look busy as this thing hopefully starts adding some airplanes again. Any second now. There you go. Now it's going to start adding airplanes. But we are here. We've made it to Denver. And, yeah. Now here come the airplanes. Let's see. Where is my pilot's life? Because that's what I need to do. We need to submit this flight because we did it. We made it. It's like a 4-hour flight, but we did it. We're there. Flight has been submitted. And there we go. The next flight is the return. We're not doing that right now. I'm done. I'm tired. I've streamed for a long time today. I've talked a lot. But I'm glad you catch you guys with me. It's a pity we didn't have any interesting and unique failures, but nevertheless, we got to Denver, and here we are. So thank you guys so much for watching. First of all, it's always a pleasure to have you guys watching. Just gonna save a little screenshot of this because it's kind of nice here. Just watching these guys unload. Save a little screenshot. It'll let me do it. It did. Perfect. Yeah, but thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate that. We'll definitely have to do it again. Hopefully, maybe next week, maybe not. But stay tuned for Cross the Pond this Saturday morning. I will be streaming. It's going to be early, though. The event starts at 6:30 a.m. local time. I'm going to probably start streaming just a little bit before that. So, yeah, if you're going to come join me, you got to get up early on Saturday morning. Otherwise, stick to the YouTube channel because I do post all the videos onto YouTube. So the Cross the Pond video will eventually make it onto YouTube probably within a week. It usually takes me a couple days to actually get to the point of downloading it, just putting some titles on it and uploading it. It just takes me some time. I have to find some time throughout the week to do that. So, but yeah, otherwise, I hope you guys get to participate in Cross the Pond this year. If you're interested, it's always tons of fun. And yeah. What else can I say except thanks guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope to see you guys all on the next live stream. Hopefully we'll do another oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't turn off the strobe lights. That's what I didn't do. Yeah, we'll hopefully have another live stream hopefully next week. Next week's looking like a pretty open week for me other than Halloween, so we'll hopefully do it next week. If not, we'll see you guys all whenever I get a chance to do it. And in the meantime, fly the VATSIM guys out there, have fun, stay safe, and try to learn something every day. And we'll see you guys real soon. Take care.